You're going crazy. You're going crazy. You're going crazy.
You better march when I step. You better march when I step. Nigga, march when I step. You better march when I step. Nigga, better march when I step. Nigga, march when I step. March when I step. You better 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 march when I step. Nigga, march when I step. You better march when I step. March when I step. Them Georgia boys. Hey, but we not from Atlanta. It's boss man the blick and it's crucial the cake. When we come together, nigga, form on me hammer. Fuck it, I had no manners. They sleeping on us good in their pajamas. I bam them, nail them down like a hammer. Stop playing with them, gon' kill them, nigga. Damn, what's next, nigga? I don't even know. I'm a giant around this bitch, nigga. Fee 5-4. I been round and around this game like a rope. It's about to go down like a motherfucking slope. If I had to be an animal, I'd probably be a goat. And I stay up in the hood, you can call me a coat. Can't beat me in rapping, nor beat me in trapping. Can't beat me in chess or tic-tac-toe. You better march when I step. You better march when I step. Nigga, march when I step. You better march when I step. Nigga, march when I step. Nigga, march when I step. March when I step. You better 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 march when I step. Nigga, march when I step. You better march when I step. March when I step.
I'm the lieutenant. I'm checking you bitches ain't minding your business. I'm from the trenches, you niggas ain't taking it serious. Pussies, they tend to be curious. You gotta be kidding me, keep me a remedy. His head on the guillotine, that what it finna be. I know you scared of me, that what it better be. Open chest, nigga, but this ain't no let it be. So what are you telling me? Greener than celery. I know the truth that you niggas prepare for me. All of these bitches, I know they don't care for me. I'm cooking them up and I been had the recipe. Softer than pleasure me. Bitches, they pleasure me. That ass be so soft and they shake like the letter B. Calling me king and they wanna be queen. You messy little bitches, I do not fuck with you.
You better march when I step. You better march when I step. Nigga, march when I step. You better march when I step. Nigga, better march when I step. Nigga, march when I step. March when I step. You better 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 march when I step. Nigga, march when I step. You better march when I step. March when I step.
Mic check. What is good, everybody? What is good? What is good? What is good? Man, it is to the streets back in y'all area. Is y'all ready?
I'd like to know, are you really ready for some super dynamite?
Look when they came back up in this bitch, son of a bitch. Luke can't kick Pennywise, this is it. We vibe, we keep it lit. No commotion, gang control it. On these tracks, we locomotive. Okie dokie, hokey pokey. Niggas not even much smoky. Holy moly, this new way, we about to slow the motion. We get these rap niggas time, now this shit about to expire. We never get tired, we ready to ride. We rollin' like ties, you know we them guys. Better be big and you ready to die. Look up in the sky, you will see.
Yo, mic check. Y'all let me know that y'all in the area. I ain't gonna hold y'all up too much with the intro, man. We about to get straight into it, man. Let's go. All right, man. Shout out to the homie Crucial K. So, y'all, today, we gonna get into why is the world at, I ain't gonna say the world, I'm gonna say the country first. The country is at unrest right now, y'all. Man, we got a lot going on, man. We got a lot to cover. But first, before we get into all the, all the news of what's going on, how are y'all doing out there? Let me see what's going on in the chat, man. What's good? And I apologize to everybody about the late delay. I've been dealing with some family issues or whatever. Before I start the show, I'll share with y'all a little bit of, what's going on with me and everything. Well, first of all, let's start with good things. This week I was able to bring out my son and, start his HVAC career. So yeah, man, it's been a 2026 starting out pretty good, you know. And I actually just landed him a position to go out here on commercial jobs. So we did 2 mansions this week, and you know I gave him the ropes of, and we went live one time, and giving him the ropes of the regular HVAC trade, letting him get his feet wet. What's good, Pick and Choose TV? Let him get his feet wet and everything. So you know, shout out to my son for starting his HVAC career in 2026. What's good, Unity? Happy New Year. Happy New Year, man. You made it at the beginning of the show. This is the first time you made it to the beginning of the show. Yeah, man. So, yeah, man, shout out to my son for, you know, starting his new career this year. But at the same time this week, man, and I know y'all hear this from me a lot, and I mean, it's just part of my life, you know. I've gotten used to it, which is kind of sad. But I had another, you know, tragedy happened in my family. And it's kind of why I was delaying the live today. I've been delaying it or whatever because I've been talking to family members and stuff like that. Every time I'm about to start my live, a family member might call and stuff like that. And it's been real emotional, you know. I know as men, we ain't supposed to get emotional, but you know, well, the situation that happened, man, I have a young cousin, not one of the cousins that I was talking to y'all about in before, you know, when I was telling y'all I was planning on adopting one of my cousins or whatever, my 2 cousins, but that the change of plans of that changed. But this is another cousin of mine, a young cousin. He's 22 years old, y'all. I just want to throw that out there. 22 years old. And he was having heart problems. His mother had to take him up to Atlanta to have heart surgery. The heart surgery, it went okay at first, you know, but as he was recovering, he was taken over by an infection that caused all his vital organs to shut down. And so we had to say goodbye to a 22-year-old, very good, very humble kid. And it hurts me to the core because, you know, and it hurt my son and everything because, you know, he was, I always growing up, as they were growing up and as my son was growing up, what I do in my family, you know, to the females that, you know, they're having a problem with their baby daddies, you know, spending time with their kids and all that. I used to go and get my cousin's sons and all them. I used to go get all the boys in my family around my son's age within a couple of years of them. And I bring them all to my house and I just let them go wild over the weekend. Let them go wild on spring break, you know, let them run and go to the pool, you know, ride bikes, play football in the yard, things that boys, you know, get to do. My son is a single child, so I wanted to make sure growing up he always was around his cousins, you know, and because that's an important part of my upbringing, you know, coming up and being able to have fun with my cousins and my friends and running around, doing what boys do, you know, ride bicycles, throw footballs, fight, wrestle, all that good stuff. So, you know, he was one of the ones that, you know, I used to go pick up, and, you know, my son has a close relationship with him, and just watching this kid grow up and then, you know, not being able to enjoy his life, not even his 20s, you know, and it's still sinking in, you know, because it just happened yesterday morning. And but it's been an ongoing thing all week, you know, from the moment he had to go get the surgery, to him just passing now. It weighed on my heart real heavy because when I came down from Ohio on my way back to Florida, I stopped through Brunswick and I stopped by his house, or his mother's house, you know, and he came out the room and, you know, I spoke to him and, we didn't have a long conversation. I was kind of in a hurry, but I at least got to speak to him and not knowing that that was going to be the last time I saw him. And so the main thing that's eating on my heart is because, you know, I had an opportunity to give him a hug or something, you know, like as men, we don't really hug our boys and all, like, we might do it with our son, but as far as like with our nephews and little cousins and all that, and that's about my only regret right now, man, because I had a chance to go give him a hug. And I spoke to him, I showed him love and all that, but I just wish I gave him a hug. That's it, man. You know what I'm saying? And it's been hurting on my heart, and I'm trying not to get on here. Matter of fact, let me turn my camera off real quick. Let me turn my camera off real quick, because y'all know, man, they go, you know, if I start crying on camera, they going to make it like I'm crying over one of these fools I got a problem with. So, you know, I don't want to tear up on camera, man, but it's real shit, man. It's real shit, man. Life is short, and we have to appreciate it, man. You know, we have to appreciate it, and he's in a better place, you know. I think at least he's not struggling anymore, you know, and his mother is, you know, grieving right now, but of course I'm gonna be up there this week to show my condolences and have my family back, man. And you know, it's nothing new, but at the same time, you can never really get used to death. Nah, you can never get used to that, man. But I didn't come here to give y'all, you know, to make everybody, you know, feel down and all that stuff like that. But I did want to share with y'all, you know, because I'm always transparent with my audience, you know what I'm saying? I let y'all know, hey, I ain't perfect. And the reason I tell y'all sometimes my story is because you might be going through something, and sometimes it gives people the strength to go through what they're going through and knowing that, you know, you ain't alone. So, you know, and plus, you know, a collective prayer, you know, the collective consciousness always, you know, helps out things. So, yeah, I just was starting out with that. But anyway, man, let's get on with the show, though, man. Shout out to Crucial K for the intro music. But anyway, man, shout out to the chat, man. Shout out to the chat. Let me see who we got in here, man. We getting... everybody getting comfortable in here. Let me get out of that feeling, man. I don't, you know, y'all can't enjoy the show, man. Y'all can't enjoy the show. So I'm gonna make sure I give y'all a good show. So, man, the world is out of control right now, y'all. And I mean, it don't matter what side of the aisle you on. I'm gonna go ahead and start this show by letting y'all know, all the people who know me, y'all know I am not a Democrat. I am not a Republican. Let me repeat that, people. I am not a Democrat. I am not a Republican. I am a human being. I'm a human being. Yes, if you want to put me in a group, I'm a melanated male human being. So only thing I believe in is humanity. You know, I believe in fairness. I believe in, you know, the same rights that we're supposed to be given. I mean, I guess we're entitled to rights, but it seems like they're snatching that back. I mean, because you look around the world, everybody ain't entitled to the same rights according to, you know, the world. Now we should be. But, you know, under the laws of God, because all over the world, everybody says they believe in God, right? You know, all over the world, people say they believe in God, but when we looking around our country right now, is we seeing the belief in God? Is we seeing the belief in the humanity? Are we seeing people treat real people with dignity? Salute Dialogue with Me TV. He say, anyone notice how people in this set that used to praise Trump, and used to praise Trump, don't talk about him anymore. I wonder if they realize how racist he is, well, as his failed policies. Man. And, you know, this is not, and this, it's hard. I don't be wanting to try to bash Trump. You know what I'm saying? I just want to tell the truth about what we're seeing, and it's like people want us to ignore what's in our face. And when I say something that Trump's doing, I'm not saying, oh, Hillary didn't do it. I'm not saying, oh, Obama was better. I'm not saying Kamala would have been better. I'm not saying none of that. I'm just taking accountability for the person that's here, that the person that's in charge. Once you get in charge, yes, we have the right to criticize you. Now, we might lose that right. But I'm just saying, I think we should have the right to criticize who is in charge, not who ain't in charge no more. We don't care about what Biden did no more. Now, to be fair, because we about to get into, is ICE out of control? Is Trump out of control? Is America out of control? These are the questions that need to be asked in these days. Because right now, we're in a time of civil unrest. And in my opinion, we're leading into civil war and world war. And the videos I'm gonna show y'all today, the talking points we're gonna talk about today, is gonna be the evidence that we are shifting towards civil war and world war. Now, the reason I say that we're shifting to civil war, because if any of y'all are, ghetto historians like I am, I love to check history. I love to look at history. I look at history in every aspect of everything, not just black history, not just, just world history. Now, one thing I noticed in one of my researches of history is the breakdown of the Civil War. What you noticed in the Civil War was, what was the Civil War about, people? To anybody who has some education, what was the Civil War about, people? I want to get the answer from Buckeye. You say Civil War, conservatives got most of the guns. Liberal won't have a chance. Okay, that's your opinion. You're probably right. If the war came down to just guns and people just killing people, yeah, you're probably right. But since we don't have anybody to answer the question in the chat, the Civil War was mostly about slavery, the right to reserve slavery, and to preserve the unions. Right? So, as the country was expanding, the original agreement of the United States was, okay, y'all can have y'all slave states, and we're going to have our free states. But as they added on states, they couldn't decide if it was going to be a slave state or a free state. And this what rallied the Confederate States of America to fight against the Union States of America. Are y'all still following me? The Union States of America versus the Confederate States of America. And when the Confederate States of America lost that war, they just had to compromise, and they became the United States of America. You damn right Abraham Lincoln ain't free no slaves. We freed our damn self. So they became the United States of America, the merge of the Union States of America and the merge of Confederate States of America. But those Confederate states, they never agreed with those unions. They just agreed to compromise. Now, the rise of a person like Trump, it's the representation of the Confederate States of America. Does that make sense to you guys? Because every time you see a Southern am I not correct? Can somebody tell me? When we had Bush, did we not have the same type of rhetoric? War, oil, greed, gold. When we get these Democratic Obama and Clinton and all that, don't they go by the union's interests? Don't, when you work down south, you get kind of slavery type wages, but when you go up north, and you work, you get a different type of union. You get to work up under different type of shit, different type of freedoms. So those are just a couple of examples. And, you know, y'all could say, oh, ears, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I think I do. If you study history, you will see. You say when Democrats get control, they like to bring cheap immigrant labors to displace American workers. Well, it seemed like the Republicans love those same cheap immigrant labors. So if the Democrats bring them in, and I don't disagree with you that Democrats did allow a lot of immigrants to come into this country during the pandemic. Cool. But are you telling me that those same Republicans didn't take advantage of those same immigrants that came in? Huh? So you're telling me Trump trying to deport these immigrants, but he's trying to bring in Chinese immigrants? Shout out to Carl Belton for donating those 10 memberships. Get y'all memberships, man. Especially if y'all want the time for the shits, because those don't be on my regular thing. So y'all got to get memberships for that. So, to the people who like to say, oh, I love to see Trump deporting all these immigrants, why don't he start with his damn wife? And I'm glad you said that. Trump trying to deport all these immigrants. Well, why he want them all working for him on his property? Huh? Why is he why is he wanting influx of Chinese immigrants? He wants the Indian immigrants. He wants immigrants from all the European nations. So it ain't about deporting the immigrants. And he still can't deport no more motherfuckers than Obama did. Obama was the deporter in chief. So if y'all like motherfuckers deporting motherfuckers, hell, let's get Obama back in here. And see, and this is a point I want to make. And maybe y'all, what they call them, y'all MAGAs, maybe y'all will like this part of the show. Because I'm about to put my foot in Obama's ass for a second, right? So here y'all can, now y'all liberals, get your lube. Get your lube. Obama opened the door for this ICE shit. Obama the one opened the door for this ICE shit. Before Obama, there was no mass, let's get rid of all the immigrants and all of that shit. And I'm going to tell you my personal experience with ICE under Obama. Obama was so strict on his immigrants and getting them up out of this country. They called him the deporter in chief. Go look at the numbers right now. Obama deported more motherfuckers than you can even imagine. Right? I had a personal experience where them motherfuckers must have thought I was a goddamn foreigner, and they damn near killed me. So when I seen this video of this lady that got shot by this ICE officer, it kind of threw a flashback to me. Let me tell y'all my story. And I think I've told y'all this story before, but you know, some people might have not have heard it, right? So I think this was back in about 2000 and maybe 2011, somewhere around there, right? Obama's first, I think it's either Obama's first or second term, right? Right. So I'm in Atlanta, me and my ex. You know, I got this nice truck on my way to Atlanta. I was already going to Atlanta. Me and my ex, we was about to go to Six Flags. We had a little extra money. We were just about to go relax, have some fun. On the way there, she scratched off a lottery ticket for like $5,000. So we're like, okay, sweet, you know. So we get to Atlanta. We go to the place to get your check. So they give us a check, and then they tell us, well, you got to go to like a main Bank of America branch to cash that check. So we looking all around the city, you know, trying to find a main bank. So we finally find one, and it's on Tucker Chamblee Road. Anybody from Atlanta here, they know what I'm talking about, right? So I come on Tucker Chamblee Road, right, and I turn into this plaza. Now the plaza has the bank right there, and it has a couple of restaurants. It has like a billet right there. It has like a restaurant on the corner, and then a hotel on the right side. But the bank is in the middle of the parking lot of the plaza. So as I turn in the plaza, we're trying to find the bank. So, we see the bank right there. So, and I got to tell y'all this story. So when I get to the part of the ice part, y'all understand what's going on. So I park at the bank. My ex go in the bank. She go give them the check. So they come out. She come out. She like, well, they got to keep the check for up to 72 hours to make sure it clear. So I'm like, well, damn. So I guess we need to, rent a hotel that's close to here, so we can, whenever they call us and tell us the money ready, we go ahead, whatever, because we didn't have an account with Bank of America. So the only thing we were trying to do is, cash that motherfucker. So bam, she get in the car. So being that hotel is right there, we go and check in that hotel, right? So she goes in there and she like, well, I'm hungry. So I'm like, all right, I'll go get some. You said I was a little Mexico. I didn't know that though, Mike Simmons, and I'm about to tell this story. When I tell the story, that's gonna make sense. So once she go up, in the room, I'm like, I'm about to go get something. I'm gonna go get her something to eat. Now I don't know what's around here to eat. This is before you can go in here and find out what's around you and all that. So this is when you have to go look for something to eat. So I leave out of the motel, and the first thing I do is I turn right back towards that little plaza. And then I pass by the plaza has a couple of stores but at the very end of the plaza, you can't, it's like a store that, the blinds are closed. It doesn't have no name on the door or nothing, but there's a restaurant right beside it. So I see the restaurant, I'm like, nah, I ain't trying to go in no restaurant. So I goes up there where the bank was at and all that, and I seen the billets, but I noticed that was kind of a dead end. So I turns back around. And then I try to turn left, but I noticed that's a dead end. So I'm like, all right, well, I'm going to get back on the main highway and get out of here. So as I'm coming back out, y'all, hold on, I forgot a part. When we first came in to come to the bank, some dudes was right there like, hey. And I'm like, I don't know these niggas. What these niggas hollering at me for? You know what I'm saying? I just kept going. I ain't, niggas do that all the time in Atlanta, trying to sell you some weed or something. So I'm thinking that's what it is. So I ain't paying no attention. So fast forward, like I say, I'm about to go back out. So once I see that it ain't no food this left to the left, I don't want to go to the little restaurant. So now I'm about to come back into the same spot. Y'all, I got blitzed. I'm talking about, I don't know where these motherfuckers came from. I'm talking about niggas came, and this is before I ever heard the word ice. Before I ever heard of ice. Never knew of ice. Man, I got blitzed by like, I don't know. I couldn't even count them because the motherfucker came out the building so fast. Had the gun dead at my head. Now he came to my truck. I'm in a, back then I think I was in a Tahoe. And my Tahoe got 24s on it. And of course you can see my dreads, you can see I had my goals in. So you could, man, yeah, I might look like that nigga. But I wasn't doing nothing. I was innocent. I was innocent. Swear, I had all legal money in my pocket. So the officer, the main dude, and he was foreign. He definitely wasn't white. He wasn't black. He was some other nationality. I want to say he was some other nationality. But the main dude that I seen, because I couldn't get it out my head, I seen the barrel of that gun dead at my fucking head. The motherfucker rushed out. All the motherfucker rushed out to my truck. Put the gun straight to my head, outside of my window. I'm gonna blow your motherfucking brains out. We gonna blow your motherfucking nigga. Don't move. We gonna blow your brains out. And they trying to open my door. Open this motherfucking door. You better not move. I'm gonna blow your brains out. So I'm like, how the fuck I supposed to open the door if you gonna blow my brains out? How the hell I supposed to open this goddamn door? I'm scared as a motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Because, like, if you, in them Chevy trucks, soon as you close the door, it lock the door. So I got to unlock the door. But he telling me, don't move, I'm going to blow your brains out. Open the door. Don't move, I'm going to blow your brains out. So you giving me 2 orders. You giving me 2 orders. You know what I'm saying? And I originally don't even know who these people are. It's just a whole bunch of, I just see a bunch of motherfuckers in black running up to my car telling me to get the fuck out the car. It could have been a robbery. It could have been a whatever. Now, I have a choice here. I could speed off. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't know that these people are, you know what I'm saying, police or ICE or whatever, this and that. I got a suspicion, but at the same time, I don't see police on their shit. I see ICE. I never heard of ICE before. Now, let's say I would have hit the gas. Would I would have been like, oh, girl? So he's telling me to put my car in park. I'm scared to move my hands, period. So I'm like, hey, I gotta open it. I gotta put my car in park to open the door. So he's like, move slow. So I, put the car in park, you know what I'm saying? And when I put the car in park, my doors automatically unlock. So they open my door, they snatch me out the car. I'm talking about, it's about 100 degrees outside. This is the middle of the summer. They throw me on the burning concrete and, got my face down. They put their knee in my back and all this shit. And I'm like, what the fuck I did? What the hell I done did? What the fuck you riding around in this neighborhood? I mean, this plaza like that. I'm like, I'm looking for something to eat. You ain't looking for nothing to eat, motherfucker. I'm like, how the fuck y'all gonna tell me what the hell I'm doing? What did I just do wrong? I'm honestly looking for something to fucking eat and trying to get my little, lottery ticket. And get my, you know what I'm saying? Now I'm yanked out the car. Could have got my head blown off. I ain't did a fucking thing wrong. Everybody's watching this shit. You know what I'm saying? And I'm still asking what I did. So they're like, what you doing around here? What you doing? I'm like, I'm trying to find, it ain't nothing to eat this way. It ain't no restaurants that way. I'm like, how the fuck I supposed to know that? I'm not even from here. You riding around in this parking lot looking suspicious. How the fuck am I looking suspicious? Because you circle around this parking lot 5 times. That's suspicious? Is it suspicious? Is it suspicious for somebody to circle around a parking lot 5 times because they new to the area? Or I guess you can't do that if you're a black man, I guess. A black man with dreads, I don't know. So, now, what it turns out is there were some Mexicans that was in that plaza building. And they were selling a lot of drugs out of there, right? They busted the Mexicans in there. So I guess whoever was coming to buy drugs from them, they was trying to bust them. So being that I had to circle around the parking lot a couple of times, me unknowingly knowing that they had this shit going on, they're thinking that I came in there and I got suspicious, so I was riding around in the parking lot trying to peep the area. And instead of them waiting for me, if I was coming to buy some drugs, instead of them waiting for me to come in there, they jumped the gun and end up pulling an innocent man out of his car, putting a gun to his head, and possibly could have killed him if he would have panicked and did the wrong thing. Nobody's perfect when they're scared. Sometimes people make scared moves. If I would have hit the gas, not knowing that they were actual real law officers and they would have shot me in the head, do you know what they would have said? Because at the time, I was only like 2 or 3 years out of prison. Only thing they would have told y'all, oh, this wasn't a good guy. This is a guy that just got out of prison for aggravated assault. This wasn't no good guy. Don't feel sorry for him. He tried to run us over with his car. We were trying to conduct a federal investigation. He tried to run us over with his car. That's what they would have said. Just not to take accountability for them being wrong. Because they was dead ass wrong. And I'm about to tell y'all more of this story, right? So, as they done put the gun to my head, put the knees in my back, got me on the hot concrete with the knee in my back and all this, and they searching me and searching my car and all that. So after they find absolutely nothing, and they gotta let me up, and they're like, oh, get the fuck out of here. They still treating me like I'm a criminal. Even
Shut
though they
up and
just
take my
realized
money.
I ain't did a motherfucking thing. Shout out to Steady Grinding for the $4.99. I don't know why my little thing ain't acting right now. They still was treating me like a criminal, even though they just realized they made a mistake. They wouldn't say, oh, you know what? We having an investigation. That was our bad. We jumped the gun. We'll apologize, sir. That would have went a long way. Y'all know what these motherfuckers did? So after they realized that I ain't have nothing, I ain't did nothing wrong, I'm a taxpaying citizen, I ain't doing shit wrong. I really was telling the truth. After they telling me I wasn't looking for nothing to eat, motherfucker, you must be trying to be a drug. You was trying to buy some drugs. I don't even know this motherfucker they got locked up in here, or whoever they got, whatever Mexicans or whatever they got. I don't know these motherfuckers.
That one is smart. You have smart ones and you have
So
some that
after
are
all
so
that,
good.
I'm like, well,
African-American
can y'all tell me? I said, man, let me get a card or something. Let me. Who is your supervisor?
Membership.
Do y'all know this motherfucker told me, take it up with Obama? Say, that's my boss. Take it up with Obama. And at the time, I took offense to it. I was like, oh, you trying to be racist. You trying to be funny. Because Obama had just got elected president. You know, all the racist shit was being said and all that. I was like, bro, I said, nah, man, I want to talk to your supervisor. Take it up with Obama, motherfucker. That's what he told me. And at the time, like I said, I'm taking it, you know what I'm saying, because I wasn't hip to what I'm hip to now. You know what I'm saying? I didn't know that it was, you know what I'm saying, Obama had now put ICE out there and nigga, they was on go. They was on go about Obama. And they about to kill my motherfucking ass because they think I'm some kind of Haitian or Jamaican drug dealer. They thinking I'm coming to get that pack. These bitches ready to send me somewhere I ain't never been before. So y'all, when he told me to take it up with Obama shit, I'm mad. He like, get the fuck out of here. You fucking with a federal investigation. Motherfucker, you about to get locked up for real. We about to motherfucking kill your ass. And I'm like, I ain't do nothing though. Y'all interrupted my day. Why I can't ask who the fuck you are? If you just ripped me out of my car, threw me down in the motherfucking goddamn concrete in the sun, put your knee in my neck, violated all my fucking rights, and I can't even know who the fuck you are? Who the fuck can I make this complaint to so nobody don't get killed? Nobody don't really get hurt by you making this mistake? And you telling me, go take it up with Obama? And the motherfucker told me to get the fuck on before you kill me. So they went back in the building, right? So me, I'm like, hell nah. You know, I'm a young dumbass motherfucker. I'm like, hell nah, man. I gotta find out who these motherfuckers is. These motherfuckers tripping. So my crazy ass, I called the regular police. Yes, I called the regular. I calls the regular police like the regular police gonna do something. Y'all, do y'all know when the regular police got there, they chumped these niggas off so fucking bad the regular police got there. So I tell the regular police, and this is how bad it is for a black American too, y'all. So the regular police guy, he gets there. I say, man, I tell him exactly what I do. I say, I came in here with my check. I had to go to the bank. And I'm trying to tell him all the stories of all the places. He like, get to the point. I'm like, motherfucker, I am getting to the point because I'm about to tell you why they telling me I look suspicious. So I'm like, I came in here, I went that way, I came back this way, and then I went in the hotel, then I came back out, and I went back that way, and I seen it wasn't nothing that way. So I was about to turn this way, and then all these motherfuckers ran out with guns and threw me on the ground and all that. And then when they found out I ain't did nothing, they tell me to take it up with Obama. Do y'all know what the police told me? He said, you must have did something. What? He said, what did you do? He said, so you did something that make them do that. I was like, what? Motherfucker, you supposed to be protecting and serve. How the fuck? I said, I ain't do shit. I'm telling you what the fuck I just did. I came in, I did this, I did that, and they said I was looking suspicious. And he was like, Well, that's kind of suspicious. What? I said, so the white people coming out the restaurant right now, if they go around this restaurant 3 times, are they suspicious? Well, don't make this about race. What? Oh, my God. Yo, I tried to call the police on the police. And this is what I got. As a citizen, I ain't did shit. I'm trying to explain to police I ain't did shit. And then guess what happened after that, y'all? So I guess the officer seen me out there talking to the police. That motherfucker rush out there and he came so close to my face, that motherfucker put his face, motherfucker, you fucking with a federal investigation. I'm about to fucking lock your stupid ass up. And you get your stupid ass out of here. He talking to the police now, y'all. He tells the police he's a stupid motherfucker. And you get the fuck out of here too. And the police, you could see in his face, he was visually scared. He like, I don't know. And he was like, well, maybe you should leave. I'm like, motherfucker, can you take a police report? At least can you do that? Well, I can't really take a police report. Why? I just called the police. I'm reporting an assault. I'm an American. Whether I'm black, white, purple, or green, I ain't did a fucking thing wrong. I just got assaulted with a fucking gun. The motherfucker put a gun in my head, could have killed me, threw me out in the motherfucking public. And all I wanted to know is who can I talk to above his head? And the motherfucker is threatening to throw me in jail. And now when I call you to at least get some kind of documentation of it, you telling me you can't even do that because you scared of them. And it's all getting told I need to talk to Obama. So that's why I say Obama opened the door for this shit. And it don't matter if it's Trump or Obama, the same shit could have happened to my black ass. Now, luckily, it wasn't under Trump because they would have probably felt like they had a license to kill. And at least under Obama, they didn't feel like they had the license to kill, but they did have the license to fuck with me if they wanted to fuck with me, even though I'm an American. I'm not a fucking immigrant. They still would have had immunity to kill my ass. So, after the police, me and the police, the police telling me this bullshit, I'm hot. But I'm knowing I got to keep my cool. So, finally, after the police officer, he started kind of seeing that old boy was an asshole. He was like, nah, calm down. We just trying to find a resolution to this situation. And I wish they would have sent a black cop. You know what I'm saying? Maybe he could understand a little bit more. But, it was an old white dude. And it looked like he ain't did no real police work. So they, after he cussing him out, whatever, a little tiny, look like a Latino lady. All these motherfucking Latino. Ain't it crazy that the ICE officers are actually foreigners? They goddamn self. They're immigrants. They goddamn self. They got immigrants deporting immigrants. That's amazing, ain't it? But so a small little Latino lady comes out and she comes to me and she say, excuse me. And she said, I apologize. She gives me a card and she said, we shouldn't have handled that like that. She said, and she took the dude and she said, get back in the building. She pushed him back in the building or whatever. He went back in the building and she was like, I'm in charge. She said, she said, we got an investigation going on. We did jump the gun. We apologize. If you want to, talk to anybody about this situation, here's a number to call. Tell them my name is such and such. And I calmed down immediately. That's all I was asking for. Like, damn, some decency. You know what I'm saying? So humanity, some respect as a taxpaying citizen. That's all. Like, we understand as civilians that it's a hard job. You might make a mistake. That don't mean it has to be fatal though. And that don't mean even when you find out that you're wrong, you don't take any accountability for it. And that's my, experience with ICE. And like I say, Trump didn't start the ICE shit. Obama started this shit. Obama started this shit. But at the same time, Everything Obama started, Trump took to the next level. And I believe that's the reason that they even let Obama, like I said, because you don't become president in America unless Israel let you. We're learning that more and more these days, right? We're not controlled by the American people no more. Our tax dollars are not for us. This is not a land for the people, by the people no more. There's no we the people no more. Everything we're doing is in the interest of another country. And that is a figgity fact. You even got Republicans that are calling this out now. Nick Fuentes calling it out. Carson Tucker calling it out. Even though they're the ones that got us in the shit. But they finally, once they got the power, now they can call out the real shit. We're working for another nation. It is not no fucking America first. I can get down with America first. I'm an American. I don't care wherever my people are from, I fucking don't know. But I know I don't rock with him, but I can agree with him where he's right. So America first, you know what I'm saying? I can get down with America first, even though I know it's still even in America, we're not gonna get, as a black man, we're not gonna get treated right. But shit, we gotta deal with what we gotta deal. We gotta treat ourselves right before we expect somebody else to treat us right. And that's a fact. We gotta get out of this state of ignorance. Cause we treat motherfucking NBA YoungBoy better than we treat fucking Billy Carson. You know what I'm saying? So we gotta correct our shit first. But at this time right now, the quest for civil unrest is at its all-time high. Hey, yeah, and Marjorie Taylor Greene is calling it out. But these are the same people who, you know, put us in this situation. So it's hard to even take them serious for calling it out. Like, for one, y'all, I know a lot of y'all haven't read the big, beautiful bill. Just like Marjorie Greene Taylor didn't. But as soon as the big, stupid bill passed, now she want to call out how for the next 10 years, AI is going to be unregulated. Now, what can possibly happen with no regulation on AI for the next 10 years? Can anybody tell me what's the worst that can happen with no regulation on AI for the next 10 years? Yeah. So when y'all see a spaceship come out the sky, you know, don't be surprised. Because already you can look on Facebook right now and see your homeboy, and you can put your face on your homeboy as your homeboy still in a pack of meat. And it looked just like he just did it. So imagine when somebody's really committing a crime, and they can say, oh, that's just AI. Or when somebody really didn't commit a crime and we want to lock somebody away. Oh, he really did it. Says it should be regulated by the states only. It shouldn't be federalized. Hey, that's a good point. But anyway, let's get to some of the news going on in the U.S. And now, I'm not just going to pick on Trump the whole time, but hey, a lot of shit going on got to do with Trump. But we're going to cover a couple of things, you know what I'm saying, that's going on in the country right now and outside the country, because there's a lot of unrest going on around the world, and it definitely needs to, you know, take a look. So before we get into the nitty gritty of, you know what I'm saying, the breakdown of the country, we have another issue that's going on that, you know, we got a problem with motherfuckers invading territory that they shouldn't be in. You know, not just Trump invading territories that they shouldn't be in. Y'all check this story out of a motherfucker invading a territory they shouldn't be in. If you out there in California, you know, if I was you, if you got crawl space under your house, I would block that shit off ASAP.
Now at 1, after more than a month under an Altadena home, a California black bear is packing its bags and looking for a new place. Good afternoon. This is the KTLA 5 News at 1. I'm Glenn Walker.
And I'm Lou Parker. That 550-pound unwanted house guest is out.
Did y'all see the size of that damn thing? Did y'all see the size of this shit? Look at this big motherfucker. Hold on.
Out the door, much to the relief of one happy Altadena resident.
KTLA 5's Jillian Smuckler joining us live now with exclusive details on how that bear was finally convinced to seek greener pastures. Jillian.
Hi, Glenn and Lou.
And I think we covered this story a couple of days ago.
Yeah, we've been following this case. It is a case. I mean, there's been so many different agencies involved. This has been happening for over a month. You just mentioned it. That 550 black bear just, you know, under the house, living its best life, but not for Ken Johnson. It's been a struggle for him. We've showed you all the different ways he tried to get it out. The state even came and tried to get it out several times and were unsuccessful, but I can happily report we were waiting for the state to come for a while now. That bear no longer under the house. So here to explain what happened to the bear, why did it finally leave? Ken Johnson, the man of the hour. This is like your late Christmas gift, isn't it?
It is. It won't cost you anything. So they flew down here and they got him out.
And how
Look at this big motherfucker. Hold on, let's figure out how he got it out. I just wanted y'all to see this big motherfucker again.
did they get him out exactly?
Well, it was sort of the same methods that Fish and Wildlife used. They used paintball guns and just got him irritated until he wanted to come out.
Now, it's baffling to
Oh, they fired his ass up with the paintball guns.
me because, you know, we were here when the state agency came and they did their tactics. They were here for a while. They weren't able to do it. And then, of course, they were told by the top dogs in Sacramento to pull away. And
Hey, those paintball bullets tearing his ass up, boy. He can't get out of there no fast. He about to tear that goddamn whole house up trying to get up out of there.
that. But this time, these guys came in here, and by the time they went in the crawl space, they were in and out of here, and so was the bear in 10 minutes. What did you, I mean, what were you processing when all of this happened, watching that and watching that bear finally leave?
Yeah, I couldn't believe it was so fast because it seemed like Fish and Wildlife was here for about an hour and a half and then couldn't complete the job because of the call from Sacramento. And these guys went in, they crawled in behind him, and boom, he was out. I couldn't even get video of it.
Hey, this is what you get with, I know them motherfuckers from the country. See, this was happening in Los Angeles, and you probably had a whole bunch of liberals, soft motherfuckers. They ain't know how to deal with no animals, but you go get them motherfuckers from the South. You go get them motherfuckers from the South. That's one thing these good, stupid motherfuckers good for now.
Were you relieved? Were you nervous?
That's one big ass motherfucking bell, boy. I don't want that bitch nowhere near me.
About where's the bear going? I mean, what was that thought process looking like?
Oh yeah, when he first popped his head out and he was struggling, I could see my gas main twisting, and the first thing was like I forgot how big he was. And just coming out, this mass, and then moving so quickly. You really forget about that when you just see his cute face, you know, it's...
Shit, y'all. I seen that story, y'all. I just had to share it. I know it ain't got nothing to do with politics, but I just want to give y'all brain a break for 1 second. Because that is crazy, y'all. Oh, man, that was crazy seeing that shit, man. I ain't lying. But anyway, man, let's get back to the shit y'all came here for, man. Let's get back to the shit y'all came for. So, back to the civil unrest, man. Is ICE losing his motherfucking mind? I think so, y'all. So we're gonna start with some videos to react to, just of instances where, you know, ICE has been, you know, shown to displaying behavior that, I mean, it's really not necessary. And if I see some behavior that is necessary, I can agree with. Hell, because I believe, like, you know, when the law comes for you, you know, sometimes they're going to be irrational. Sometimes what they're saying is not true. But sometimes you still gotta, you know what I'm saying, go with the process, let them do their job, you know what I'm saying, try to make the situation as simple as possible. But it's a lot of times like the situation that I just described to y'all, me being in, they're not having, they're not treating these situations like a humane person. And the reason I believe this is these so-called, these ICE agents, the reason they're not showing any consideration for Americans is because they're not Americans. And if they are Americans, I believe that a lot of these ICE agents are Proud Boys and of these white supremacist militants that's, you know, that our last administration did say we had a problem with. The biggest rise in America right now is white supremacy. That's the only hate group they're not putting on the damn list. I think Trump just made Antifa a terrorist group, but they will not make these white militant groups terrorist groups. You know, like the groups that showed up in Charlottesville. You know, like the people who showed up at January 6th. See, the people who are cheering on this woman getting shot in the face saying, oh, she should have did what she was supposed to do. Well, if those people on January 6th would all just got shot in the face, do y'all think that it would have been a good thing too? Huh? So when they was rushing in the Capitol, if they would have just started shooting them all in the face, that would have been okay? Because that's when real officer lives were in danger. An officer even died. And all the people got pardoned. Ashley Babbitt, yes. All the people got pardoned. None of them was labeled domestic terrorists, even though they literally was up there beating cops with flags, damaging federal property, you know, screaming, hang the vice president. They wanted to hang the vice president because of this president. This president promoted hanging his vice president. Did y'all forget that? Huh? Did y'all forget that they wanted to hang, they was trying to hang his vice president because his vice president wouldn't go along with his lie. Y'all tend to forget that. I don't think y'all forget it. I think that we're living in a world where y'all just want to ignore the things that are going on. Now, even the fact that, you know, I know a lot of people are saying, well, when you see ICE, when you see these people, you just need to compromise. You need to do what they say. When you see these people, you need to do what they say. I'm going to tell you why people are nervous about these people that are showing up, claiming that they're ICE, claiming that they're law, thinking that they have the authority to do whatever they want to. Do you know why people are hesitating to deal with these type of people? Let me show y'all why. Let me show y'all this.
Somebody's searching that truck. That white truck.
Now look right here, y'all. We have a situation where this guy, he's dressed in what ICE might be dressed in. He has on the mask, and he has everything that you would think would be ICE as he's pulling somebody over, violating their rights. Well, they ain't got no rights if this person ain't really the police anyway. Now watch what he's doing, y'all.
Look. Yeah. Who the hell is that? They're shining their flashlight in his face right now.
And I have a warrant press charges.
What the hell is going on?
Okay.
Look at this. They're getting searched right now. We got to get out and see what's going on, man. Who the hell is that guy? He's a security guard. He's got those guys detained and checking their license.
This is an incredible story posted by local activists in Galveston, Texas.
Let's go see what's going on, man. Something ain't right over here.
Now, here we are in Texas, y'all. You know, red state. And when you keep putting out all this crazy rhetoric that we're seeing, you know, you got a lot of people who actually think that there's some type of law enforcement. They've been convinced that, hey, you need to get rid of all the Mexicans, get rid of all of these, and get rid of all the, do something about the criminals. And people forgetting that, hell, they're criminals. You got people who want to be law enforcement now and think they actually have that power. Check this out.
Something ain't right. Who are you?
Can I help you with something?
Hey, man.
Now, do y'all see why it's important? And I know sometimes these cameras and shit like that gets people in trouble. And even with the real police right now, they hate for you to pull out a camera. They hate for you to pull out a camera. Why? Because they don't want to take accountability. Now, here's one good thing that Obama did do. I can speak on what he did fucked up, and I can speak on the good. When Obama forced them motherfuckers to start wearing body cams, that might have been the best thing for people, so we can actually see if they're telling the truth when they do something. Now, in this situation, it's a good thing that Samaritans are paying attention, because here we got a guy that thinks he's law enforcement. And if these people didn't have him on camera, this could be a situation.
Don't be shining that light in my friend's face.
No, you cannot.
What's your problem, man?
What's your problem?
Who are you?
I don't have a problem with you filming me. I don't care.
Who are you? Name and badge number. Get your camera. Get your light out of my camera.
You're not an officer. I don't need to give you. Get out of here. You're an officer. You can't kick me off the sidewalk.
Name and badge number.
I don't have to give you to you.
You're not a real cop. Stop shining that light in my eyes.
And see, that's the power that they have given ICE also. They get to run around with no mask on. I mean, with a mask on. They get to run around and don't have to identify themselves. They just get to you know, say, hey, I ain't got to do shit. Cover their face.
You ain't a cop. Where's my light at? Get his tag number. You're committing a crime. Impersonating a police officer. RGC 8670. Let me go get my flashlight.
A big thank you goes
As y'all can see, the motherfucker ain't even in a police car.
out to YouTuber Harvey Freeberg for capturing these incredible scenes that took place.
Now he's calling the cops on.
Alpha Buckeye, you down there trying to windmill, and boy, you need to go get you really got some brain problems, sir. They should keep their face covered because liberals in the media. Why don't you just say they should keep their face covered so they won't get doxxed? But see, the ignorance in you, it allows you to keep trying to label things to take away the accountability. Cops don't have their face. The reason why cops don't get doxxed in. Huh? Make it make sense. So they should be able to run around, shoot people in the face, shoot at other people, and nobody know who they is. Well, what would stop random people from doing that then? What would stop a random group? That's just like saying the KKK is okay for going around and hanging niggas. Huh? Do you see how our own black people are helping KKK type goddamn motherfucking activity? Do you feel like that when the KKK go around? You think they covering their face? And neither is fucking ICE. So when the KKK go around with their mask on, so you don't be able to dox them, is that okay? Huh? Because they doing the exact thing that the KKK do. Right now, you happy because they getting Mexicans. But guess who next after the Mexicans? Guess who next after the Mexicans? Okay.
Us. Harvey Freebird. Yeah, it's Harvey Freebird. You're being live streamed right now, Dunn.
We're here at 24/7. All right, you see it? Do you see it? Good.
You just hit me in the face with it.
You see it? It's right there. You see it? Good.
You just hit me in the face.
I'm gonna mace you, bro.
You see it? It's right there. Good.
You just hit me in the face with that.
Yeah, he just assaulted you. I got it on video. You just assaulted.
This motherfucker is getting in a Nissan Sentra. So, what can stop regular weirdo motherfuckers that want to get with their little KKK clan from putting on a mask, getting in their Toyota Corsica or they Nissan Sentra, grabbing up their guns, putting a mask on their face, pulling you over, telling you ain't supposed to be in your country, or pulling you over, harassing you, whipping your ass?
Assaulted him.
Tell him to come.
Now he's.
This nigga got his girlfriend driving while he's pulling somebody over playing cop. Robbing folks. And the people, they was complying. They was complying.
Fleeing the scene. Fleeing the scene. He's fleeing the scene.
And he in here, this is the craziest shit I ever seen, y'all.
You're going to jail. You're going to jail, fake cop.
And see, this the difference between liberals and them crazy motherfuckers, because them crazy motherfuckers, they would have probably shot his ass. Does this guy deserve to get shot? Faking like a cop? Y'all be having the wrong energy for the wrong people. And that's just the devil in y'all niggas. This is the devil in y'all with this darkness that y'all want to see people get harassed. Y'all trying to act like these little invisible lines was put here by God. These invisible lines that make you think that this is your country, the same country your ass got drug over here to, and they didn't want your ass and enslave your people, and now you over here talking about this our country. Why don't we get rid of the Latinos? They successfully brainwashed your stupid ass to jump on their damn side. They successfully brought your fucking spirit down. They successfully brought your energy down to sit here and do this demonic shit. Tell you that an invisible line mean that you are not a human. That you deserve to get shot in the head to get rid of another human. That's how brainwashed you are. Fucking dummies, man.
They would catch up with two officers.
We just live streamed somebody kidnapped two people, pretending to be a cop.
And they got somebody else over here fucked up, and they trying to get, them to stop somebody else.
I'm not recording him.
He's got a full duty belt on.
Had two people. It didn't say anything on it. He was definitely a fake. He had two people detained, had their ID. Me and Bruce walked up on him, said name and badge number, and he freaked out, assaulted Bruce, acted like he called 911, and then he jumped in his girlfriend's car and they took off. So he turns away, bam.
Yeah, he jumped in his girlfriend's car and took off. That was crazy.
Right there. That was where he punched me in the nose.
Did he hit you with the badge?
Yeah.
What it was?
Explain the entire situation and show them the footage. A quick break in the action from.
Now, it's things like this. Why you don't see this type of stuff on Fox News? Huh? You see this guy here? Why do you think he was impersonating an ICE agent? Because as an ICE agent, you don't have to take accountability for shit. You don't have to identify yourself. You could just come out in, tactical gear, do whatever the fuck you want to, and claim that you ICE. And guess what? You get protected by the president. And this is what y'all want to live up under. This is what you got goofy motherfuckers sitting here cheering up under. Like this shit can't go further and further and further. Eventually, those liberals that y'all like to talk about, them people gonna stop being pussies. Them folks gonna stop being pussies after a while, and they gonna start goddamn taking up arms, and then that's where the civil uprising starts. These people gonna stop being pussies and doing all this marching and all that shit, and they're gonna finally get enough. And I think that's what they want.
Houston Chronicle printed, suspicion of impersonating a public servant. His bond was set at $500,000. From the
You say the president ain't protecting anyone impersonating an officer? Shit. He protected all the motherfuckers on January 6th. I guarantee you, if he had a federal what's his name, he'd probably get his ass out of there. Let's see. I ain't gonna watch this whole video. Let me slide through it and see if anything actually happened to him. But that's not the only situation of that situation. Yeah, we got more.
Definitely. He's like, I need to see somebody. I'm ICE.
All across the country, victims confused and terrorized by people posing as ICE officers.
Where you from? Mexico? You from Mexico?
CNN found a jump in cases this year.
Oh, nah, you can't say CNN because if CNN said it, that means they lying. Them lying liberals. There is a jump in people who are being gaslighted by your president and by the Stephen Millers, by the bullshit media, by the Fox News, making you think that all of these Mexicans and all these people that are in our country, we're protecting our country, and now you got citizens, not citizens, criminals, taking up arms and terrorizing communities because, you know, you got people scared that are foreigners. This is a growing problem, people.
Playing as federal agents.
He asked me for ID. He definitely did. He's like, I need to see some ID. I'm ICE.
All across the country, victims confused and terrorized by people posing as ICE officers.
Where you from? Mexico? You from Mexico?
CNN found a jump in cases this year. Philadelphia.
And do y'all see how the low ignorance it really travels? You have a man in here talking about CNN equals fake news. Why? Because he hear a man that lies over and over. It's oversaid. Do y'all see how people like that NBA player? Do y'all see how easy it is to influence a lot of the low brain people, the low IQ people? It don't matter to it's them.
Police say an auto shop worker was zip-tied and robbed by a man in tactical gear pretending to be ICE. Houston, Texas. Police arrested a man for impersonating an ICE officer, accused of stealing $1,800 from a Guatemalan man during a fake traffic stop. New York. Police say this man claimed to be ICE and accuse him of assaulting, robbing, and attempting to rape a woman. CNN found 24 reports of people posing as ICE officers in Trump's second term. That's more than the last 16 years combined.
Now, that's amazing. And you'll have people say, man, that's fake news, CNN fake news. But CNN wasn't the company that had to settle $1 billion lawsuit for lying to people. That was Fox News. That was Fox News that got proven to be lying and got sued for $1 billion. And they settled for giving fake news. But a lot of you dummies done got convinced not to believe your own eyes. We've been convinced not to believe our own eyes, people. You like independent media. You can't. What media you watch that's independent? Because everything I heard you say in the chat has been repeated from Fox News.
Making it all worse now, Councilman Arias says the real ICE doesn't tell the city who they're targeting and when.
So we have no way of knowing whether these are folks impersonating ICE or actual ICE engaging in legitimate enforcement activities.
Now, that could be a real problem, my people. Because say ICE come into a city. ICE should be communicating with law enforcement to say, hey, we're in your city. We got these people. We got this person, that person, that person that we think that are illegal immigrants. Hell, they should be working with the police, in my opinion. That way you get the right people. That way you get them safely. You get them where nobody gets hurt. You know, and some of these people are waiting for, you know, their court dates. So how are you going to say people should be going through the things the legal way, but then when they go through things the legal way, you're still rounding them up? Because there's a lot of people who are not illegal immigrants that are getting round up in this situation. We about to get into that. Trust me, we ain't going nowhere, y'all. Y'all make sure y'all hit that like button. We got a lot to go.
You're going back to Mexico.
It's imposters and moments like these, blurring the lines between who has real authority, who is an official agent, and who is looking to take advantage of people's genuine fears.
And to be clear, in conclusion, this is all.
So I definitely want to touch on that just a little bit. Now, to the people who say, we need to get these people out of our country. These illegals, if they're illegal, they need to get out of here. I agree. I definitely agree. But we have a problem here, though, y'all. Let me tell you what the problem is. They're not carefully vetting the people that they're sending out. Sometimes you're having people getting sent out of the country that are Americans, people who've served in the military, people who don't deserve to be harassed. What about those people? Huh? Let me give y'all an example of what I'm talking about. Hold on 1 second. Let me find my video. I got a lot of videos lined up, so hold up 1 second, y'all. Give me 1 second. Damn it. Here, I'm gonna find my video, but let's I'm gonna continue on. I'll find my video in a second. So let me go to my next video as another example of ICE being out of control right now. And I know they got a job to do. I'm not mad at ICE for, you know, for their position. Okay, yeah, if we have a immigration problem, there's nothing wrong with going and getting the right people, getting illegal criminals off of the streets. I'm not looking for hardworking immigrants, because this country was founded on immigrants. So I'm not a fan of immigrants. Oh, we don't need no immigrants. This country was founded on immigrants. But see, when they doing this type of stuff, this is what they're doing, y'all. Let's look at this. Let's see who these ICE agents really are.
The storm is here. When we come, one, we go all. No one can stop what is coming. Get here, guys. We need you in Minnesota. These people are fucking terrorists.
Patriots, get out of here. We need the backup. And all you liberal commie motherfuckers, keep your hands to yourself or you're gonna get hurt today, all right? We executed one of you yesterday.
What?
Do y'all see what's going on? Do y'all see all of these militant ICE agents? And some of them look like they're immigrants. They're at a peaceful protest, and a guy is bragging that they executed one of them. I don't give a fuck if they're liberal, conservative, whatever. They're human beings, y'all. And these motherfuckers are bragging. And as you can see, a so-called liberal, they're trying to be peaceful. They're trying to say, hey, don't gaslight. This is not about being violent. This is about just exercising your right to protest. Don't give these people a reason to be violent, because all of these people behind you are ignorant and they're looking for blood. Why would they need this white supremacist, bullhorn hollering, hate-filled person to speak for them? Why are they not telling him, hey, you need to go stand down. You need to go, you ain't doing us no justice. You don't speak for us. Unless he does speak for them. And that's just the start of it.
That law enforcement has become.
Now, like I said, y'all wonder why these people have no regard for American life. You'll think like, hey, aren't y'all Americans? Why do y'all not care about American life? Why don't y'all care about, our American rights? That's because the people that they got in these ICE suits, they're not Americans, people. They're not Americans, say they don't give a fuck about killing your stupid ass. Those motherfuckers were trained in Israel. Now, I found this, a periodic reminder that thousands of U.S. law enforcement officers around the country, including high-ranking officials, have traveled to Israel since the early 2000s to receive trainings for Israeli police and military personnel. These clips are taken from a longer piece published by AJ in 2020. So let's check this short little demonstration out.
It's becoming increasingly clear that law enforcement has become more militarized, treating the people they're supposed to serve and protect as a hostile foreign population. Part of the reason why is that since the 90s, and especially after 9/11, U.S. law enforcement, including police departments, the FBI, CIA, and immigration officials, have been trained by Israeli agents.
These exchange programs are exacerbating the violence in both places and lifting up the Israeli occupation as a global gold standard for policing.
So why is U.S. law enforcement receiving training from Israel, a flagrant human rights offender? And what does it mean for people on the ground? Israel's creation in 1948.
A flagrant human rights defender. They don't teach them folks over there, hey, be careful of American rights. No, motherfucker act wrong, blow their damn head off. Like I say, when them ICE agents came at me, none of them motherfuckers was American. None of them was American. How the hell is the people that are getting rid of immigrants, they immigrants they damn self? Make that make sense.
Enshrined a nationalist policy of Jewish Israeli supremacy at the expense of the native Palestinian population, most of whom were forced to flee their homes, becoming permanent refugees. In 1967, Israel began its repressive military occupation of what remained of Palestinian land, subjugating the entire Palestinian population.
Now, we can look over there and say, hey, man, them people ain't got nothing to do with us. But you see what's going on right now. So until this shit hit your home, you might not give a shit. But you better take note of what they're doing over there, because when it started happening over here, don't cry. It's people like Alpha Male that are helping this movement.
Denying them the rights of citizenship and crushing any dissent against its policies. Since then, Israeli forces have routinely fired tear gas, skunk water, rubber-coated steel bullets, and even live ammunition at unarmed protesters. So this is a state that violently controls and suppresses the rights of an occupied people. And U.S. police are learning its tactics to use against American citizens. Thousands of law enforcement officials from all corners of the country have traveled to Israel to learn police strategies and exchange tactics. These trips became increasingly common after 9/11 as pro-Israel groups used the so-called War on Terror as an opportunity to push for a closer, unconditional alliance with Israel, which had marketed itself as the world's leading counterterrorism expert.
And all of the evidence is right there, people. All you got to do is go look. Even the Republicans are calling this out. Even all the Republicans are calling this out.
On these trips, high-ranking U.S. officials are visiting Israeli checkpoints and prisons, places where human rights groups all over the world have documented Israeli discrimination and repression and torture and killing of Palestinians.
So who runs these exchanges? They're organized by pro-Israel groups like the Anti-Defamation League, which calls itself the world's leading anti-hate organization. The trips are funded privately as well as through grants from the Israeli and U.S. governments, including the Justice Department. The ADL boasts that they've trained more than 15,000 law enforcement professionals and have sent more than 200 high-ranking U.S. officials to Israel. And some officers fresh off these trips have high praise.
This was an outstanding experience, something that I'll remember for the rest of my life.
You've obviously given us a lot to think about, a lot of best practices.
And this is, in fact, the finest training.
Do y'all notice something about all these people? I'm just saying.
Initiative that I've ever been a participant in.
But we've seen the ramifications of these trainings here in the U.S., with police departments treating American citizens who are exercising their constitutional right to protest as though they're under occupation. Take Ferguson, Missouri, for example. After the 2014 police killing of Michael Brown, the officers' response to protesters mirrored some of the tactics used by Israeli forces against Palestinians. Officers in Ferguson used the same U.S.-manufactured tear gas and flashbang devices to disperse crowds that Israeli forces regularly use against Palestinians. But that's not all. In 2011, the sheriff of St. Louis County, where Ferguson is located, traveled to Israel on one of the ADL-sponsored police exchange trips. And then, 3 years after the Ferguson uprisings, which catapulted the Black Lives Matter movement to the international stage, the city's police chief also traveled to Israel for training.
See, those people, they hate for you to document what's going on. They hate the truth. The truth is documented. And they want you to close your eyes.
He said he was blessed to be part of the exchange. But Ferguson is just one example. Other cities and counties where officers have received Israeli training later became the sites of high-profile police killings. And then there's surveillance. Israel's massive surveillance system has inspired U.S. officials so much so that after a former police chief visited Israel in 2008, his city adopted its techniques.
Our Video Integration Center in downtown Atlanta is modeled after the Command and Control Center I saw in the old city of Jerusalem.
Bam, right there, they tell you. Hell, we modeled our shit after Israel. You wonder why you're in Atlanta, or you wonder why when you're in New York or California, it's a fucking camera on every corner. You wonder why all the face recognition, you wonder why they done put up all those things where they could see into your car now. All that comes from
one is smart.
Our big brother,
smart
our
ones,
daddy,
and you have some that aren't
Israel.
quite so good.
Look at my African American over here. Look at him.
10,000 surveillance cameras, which have raised serious privacy concerns. But to really get a sense of Israeli inspiration, look no further than New York City. After 9/11, the NYPD and the CIA created a sprawling covert spying operation that surveilled and infiltrated mosques and Muslim neighborhoods in the New York City area. This led to widespread and unprecedented profiling of the region's Muslim communities. A police official told the Associated Press that the program was modeled in part off of how Israelis spy on Palestinians in the West Bank.
So we're slowly going into a police state. And it's been happening as far as how ICE has been treating Americans. Let's see how they treated this white American. So here we have a white lady, and you know it's bad when they're doing white people like this. They ripped this white lady out of her damn car. She's a nurse. Look at her hollering. I'm a U.S. citizen. She looked like she MAGA, to be honest. They refused to look at her ID before detaining her. Watch this. Was she disturbing the ICE agents? Was she antagonizing the ICE agents? I don't know. She don't look too far. She don't look like an immigrant to me. How about you, Alpha? Does she look like a immigrant? I'm just checking.
To an immigrant. The great irony is, of course, that Donald Trump is the son of an immigrant, the grandson of an immigrant, and married to an immigrant. In fact, 2 of his 3 wives were...
Now imagine somebody that's the son of an immigrant, has a wife of an immigrant, telling all the immigrants they got to get the fuck out the country. That's amazing, ain't it? Says she must have done something. Yeah, her ass must have done something. She looked like she was on shit.
Were immigrants, proving yet again that immigrants will do the jobs that even Americans are not willing to do. The great irony is, of course, that Donald Trump is the son of an immigrant, the grandson of an immigrant, and married to an immigrant. In fact, 2 of his 3 wives were immigrants, proving yet again that immigrants will do the jobs that even Americans are not willing to do.
My bad, y'all. But as y'all can see, now he's proceeding to come back through the crowd to fight this lady. He's trying to choke this lady. Look at this. Look at him coming back. The woman is turned around, y'all. And he's reaching for the woman. Look at him, y'all. Choking the lady. And they get to lock their ass up from the beginning if that's what they're going to do. But what you got to choke her for? Oh, we got Mo. And all of this is from the civil unrest because over and over and over, we're seeing this type of shit here. Now, this situation is them going into Target. I thought they were supposed to be going arresting criminals. You said, do these people have jobs? Yes. Yeah, they're going to get people at work, too. I thought they were supposed to be, how can you work at Target and be an illegal immigrant? You do know they do a background check on you, right? This is a person working at Target.
What are you doing? Me? No. What? Is that John? Oh, get on the phone. Hey, no.
Where's the shit? Christian, do you have somebody you want us to call? My mom. What's her number? Hey, all border vacation. Go to hell, dude. That's some bullshit.
ICE is at Richfield Target, Minnesota. They took two men that had passports in their pockets. One was 17 years old.
Gay-ass border patrol. Christian?
Man, it's a lot going on. It's a lot going on. So, the thing that has everybody outraged right now, and I'm pretty sure everybody saw it, but we're going to take a look at it ourselves. Now, this is what everybody is outraged about.
But there was a woman screaming, shame, 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 shame.
Shame!
Hold on, let's look at the video. Here it is. And we're going to look at the video from the standpoint of the officer. Now, I don't know when this started, but obviously now ICE officers feel the need that when they get out the car, even they got to have their phone on. I don't know if this ICE agent was a YouTuber or what. So, for one, why would an ICE agent get out of his car with his phone to record if he's feeling like his life is in danger? Let's check this out. She don't seem like a terrorist, you know. She said, that's fine, dude. I'm not mad at you. She's not saying, die, you fucking ICE agent. You ain't shit, you motherfucker. Nah. The woman is practically smiling.
Show your face. I'm not mad. That's okay. We don't change our plates every morning, just so you know. It'll be the same plate when you come talk to us later. That's fine. U.S. citizen, former fucking country. You want to come at us? You want to come at us? I say go get yourself some lunch, big boy. Go ahead.
Out of the car. Get out of the fucking car. Get out of the car.
Whoa!
Now, as you can see after that, you fucking bitch. That's what he says. Now, that's one angle. That's one angle.
Shame! 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 Shame!
She was a
agitator, probably a paid agitator, but in my opinion, she was an agitator, a very high-level agitator, so professional. She wouldn't stop screaming. I said, this isn't a normal situation. This is a professional troublemaker. Because you heard it and I had it. Now, I will say this, the news sort of turned her down, turned her off, because you're trying to watch. She was so loud and so crazy and just not normal. When somebody sees something like that, they don't go screaming and the same words. So, I guess you could say professional, but I didn't think she did a very good job. You have agitators, and we will always be protecting ICE, and we're always going to be protecting our Border Patrol. But there was a woman screaming.
So, being that she is what he called an agitator, that justifies her being shot in the face. You know, that being that she's an agitator. This is what they do to agitators. Look what this ICE does. You know, you see how quick they'll put a gun in your face? Because she's an agitator. You see this guy right here? He's willing to blow this lady's head off. He put down the non-lethal weapon. He puts down, look, he has something that will not take her life. This woman is just standing there. She's not pushing him. She's not hitting him. He's the one moving forward. Look. He puts down his weapon that cannot kill her to pull out the weapon that will kill her. Because she has the right to protest. That's her fundamental right. If we ain't got the right to protest, just take it all away. Just say, hey, y'all don't have the right to protest. Then you can talk. But don't say you got the right to protest, and then when you protest, you put a gun to a person's head.
Oh shit, he's got his gun. He pulled out his fucking gun. You saw that.
Oh, you're a fucking liberal. You should have a gun pointed at your head. Yeah, oh fucking liberal. Now, the guy that Jonathan Ross, you know, the guy that, you know, we saw walking away like everything's good. You know, he's doing his job. He's getting rid of illegals, right? He's getting rid of illegals, right? But let's see, is he an illegal? I bet this joker got a wife that's illegal. Jonathan Rice, U.S. Custom Enforcement. IDF. Do y'all know what IDF for? So hold on. Let's go here. This is him and his immigrant wife. Ain't it amazing how they have these guys that so-called ICE, but they have immigrant wives they self? That's amazing, ain't it? Let's see what we can find out about this guy. I think I got a video that has a little bit of information about the guy. Let's see here. Yeah, we got one. Let's check it out real quick. And y'all make sure y'all hit the like button, man. We just checking out the world. We're just checking out what's going on in the country right now. And y'all make your own opinions. Hell, I got my own opinion, and I'll share it with y'all. But hell, what the hell do I know?
Agent who fatally shot protester Renee Nicole Good in Minneapolis is a Trump-supporting Christian and war veteran who has a Filipino wife, according to family.
He got a what wife? You telling me he ain't got no good American white wife? You got a guy that has a Filipino wife. I hope. Are y'all checking her immigration status?
The ICE agent who fatally shot protester Renee Nicole Good in Minneapolis is a Trump-supporting Christian and war veteran who has a Filipino wife, according to family. Jonathan Ross has been identified as the agent who opened fire on Good on January 7th after the feds allege she tried to mow him down with her SUV on the suburban street.
Now, the whole explanation of all the right wing and the people who are champion shooting women in the face, they say his life was in danger. She was going to kill him. No. There's laws against engagement with people who are fleeing. There's laws that's set for that. But being that ICE has a budget so big, and then being that ICE does not have to follow the same laws as law enforcement, they don't have to take any accountability for, their actions. And why would he be standing right in front of an SUV? Because he originally, when you watch the video from the beginning, you will see him walk around the back and then walk in front of the vehicle. Who can say that she even knew he was in front of the vehicle? Because he walked around the vehicle while this guy is trying to rip her out of the vehicle after they just told her to leave. And then we watched him walk away, but we heard our president say he was suffering in the hospital, recovering in the hospital because he got hit by a car. But everybody watched this man, he didn't even limp. But every one of his shots came from the side, not from the front, from the side. You could see her tire turning away from him. First shot right there, he just shot. You can see his feet right here. Alpha dumbass. You see his feet right here? That shows he's not in front of the car when he shot the first shot. She is not in front of the car when he shot the first shot. It's clear as day. This is what they'll show in court. The video does not lie. They want you to believe something. They don't want you to believe your own fucking eyes. The man just shot the first shot right through right here. When you see the bullet hole, the single bullet hole goes through at an angle from the right-hand side right here, right around here. Not from in front of the car where you're in danger because somebody's trying to hit you. And then you shoot her twice in the head from the side. That does not prove, that is not your life in danger. There's no way you could cut this. Anybody saying that is just a fucking demon. Anybody sitting here trying to justify somebody killing somebody because they don't want them to drive away or because they agitated them is ridiculous. This ain't no white woman, black woman, any color. This is a humanity thing. This is a conditioning thing. They want you to be conditioned. They want people to uprise because of this type shit. Guess what? Now you can send out a whole bunch of troops into the American streets. Now you got a reason to do martial law. Now you got a reason to not have elections. Civil unrest. Just a civil uprise. Because nobody wants to sit here and see another American. Forget if they white, black, purple, or green. Nobody wants to see another American get executed by some fake police. By some people that walk around with masks on their face. And you got other people who are imitating them, walking around with masks on their face. And you don't know who's who now. They want you to be afraid when you see these goons coming around with masks and police and they could do whatever. There's no limit to the rights. You ain't got no fucking rights no more. You're not American because they're looking for some immigrants. So you get your American rights taken because they looking for some illegals. Why can't you get the illegals without taking away my American rights? Because the $1 billion that Trump gave y'all motherfuckers to get the immigrants, that came from my hard-earned taxpayer money. So we're paying these motherfuckers to terrorize us? Is that what y'all telling us? Well, illegals should be afraid, but Americans are afraid. It ain't illegals that are afraid. It's Americans that are getting harassed. It's Americans that's getting shot at. We didn't vote for that bullshit. The idiots voted for that. That shit was rigged. But ain't nobody gonna sit there and cry about that rigged ass shit. We ought to seen it coming. Y'all are trying to justify somebody getting shot in the head because it gives you some kind of rise. Somebody dying. An American dying. I don't care if she a white lady.
The 43-year-old is...
Y'all seen when he just shot that last shot? She was already pulling away. He wanted to make sure she was dead. Look at that again. This man wasn't in no fucking danger. When he shot those shots, he was...
She tried to mow him down with her SUV on the suburban street. The 43-year-old...
This man was in no danger of his life, but just took a life. Without no remorse. And then get justification behind it. Now, we got people like Alpha Male that's over there saying, "Oh well, that's what their job. He was supposed to do that." No, well, let me show you something. Let me show you something. Let me show you something. Let me show y'all something. Let's look at the rules of engagement, because this is the law that they wrote. This isn't ears. This isn't a liberal. All that dumb shit y'all like to come up with. Let's look at the law that they wrote. This is from the Department of Homeland Security. Right? What does it say? From Title I, U.S. Department of Justice. I'm sorry, y'all. Not Homeland Security. Department of Justice. Policy on use of force. This is the policy, y'all. This is what trained police officers are supposed to go by. Firearms may not be discharged solely to disable moving vehicles. Let me repeat that. Firearms may not be discharged solely to disable moving vehicles. Specifically, firearms may not be discharged at moving vehicles unless a person in the vehicle is threatening the officer or another person with deadly force by means other than the vehicle. Means other than the vehicle. Not the vehicle. Means other than the vehicle. The vehicle is operated in a manner that's threatening to cause a death or serious physical injury. But listen to what it says after that. And no other objectively reasons, means of defense appear to exist. That's the part that you're not reading, Alpha, when you say read to, you dummy. You got to read the whole sentence. You can't just read the part you like. And no other objectively reasoned means of defense appear to exist, which includes moving out the path of the vehicle, you dumb motherfucker. If you have the ability to move out the path of the vehicle, you cannot shoot somebody and claim that you are in danger. Read the whole fucking sentence, you idiot. Read the whole sentence, you idiot. Which includes moving out the path of the vehicle. You want me to read it again? For the slow motherfuckers in the back? The vehicle is operated in a manner that threatens to cause death or physical injury, and no other objectively reasonable means of defense appear to exist, which includes moving the fuck out the way. Move the fuck out the way. You don't have to shoot. Don't shoot a motherfucker. Do not shoot. Move your stupid ass out the fucking way. That's what it says. You don't shoot. You do not discharge a firearm because of a vehicle unless there's no other way. And that's including you moving out the path of the way of the vehicle. But what did we just watch? What did we just watch? Let's watch it again. Did everybody tell me, does he have the option of moving out the way of the vehicle? He has the option of not getting in front of the vehicle. Let's just start right there. Let's start right there. He had the option of not getting in front of the vehicle.
Identified as the agent who opened.
Nobody don't want to talk about that. What the fuck? I just noticed this big ass dinosaur back here. I found the Easter egg in this video, y'all. What the fuck? This big ass dinosaur. I know this is off subject, but hey, this is wild as fuck. Ain't no oh, my bad. Hold on, let me put the screen on here. Yo, I just noticed this big ass dinosaur. Y'all see this shit in the background? Look at this shit. I know this is a serious situation, but who the fuck got a big ass 10-foot, 12-foot Tyrannosaurus Rex in their goddamn yard? That's crazy. But let's go.
Opened fire on Good on January 7th after the feds allege she tried to mow him down with her SUV.
Does he have the option of getting the fuck out the way of the vehicle without shooting shots? Yes, because he literally gets out the way of the vehicle. Out the way of the vehicle. He literally got out the way of the vehicle. So he did what they say you should do. Get out the way of the vehicle. And do not discharge your firearm. That's what it says in the Department of Justice. That's not what Ears is saying. That's not what a liberal is saying. That's not what all the other dumb shit y'all like to come up with is saying. That's what the fucking law says.
The 43-year-old.
If he was able to fucking squeeze off shots, he could get the fuck out the way. They already got her tag number. They know where she live. They know her name.
Shut up and take my money.
You just arrest her later. Pull up to her house. He's firing shots in the middle of public, and then she end up hitting another vehicle. So you're putting more people's life at danger by that one reckless ass shit. Give me liquidity. Bingo. Republican snowflake brains are melting hearing these facts. You damn right, because Ears gonna drop these facts. I'm gonna make them cancel my motherfucking ass. I don't give a shit. Because I can't sit here and tell a lie. I can't sit here in no fucking ignorant ass darkness because y'all motherfucking scared. Fuck it. Take me. Shit. I know what life is about. Salute to Helima for that 10 to 10. She say, hey, Wabbit God. Damn, my bad. Oh, hey, Wabbit God, chat fam, in the streets. But we'll watch the replay. I know you will. Check out the replay, man. We got to talk about this. And I want to wait till, enough information came out. Because, I didn't want to jump on something and didn't know too much information, just like our president. But, you want to see, I'm glad I waited to see multiple angles. Because at first, sometimes you'll believe what these lying motherfuckers will say. Even though we've seen this situation already before. I think I covered it already when they had shot at the other lady. And shot her in the arm and claimed that she tried to hit him with a vehicle. But we clearly see what the DOJ says. The DOJ says, if you have means of moving the fuck out the way, it says it right here. It says it right here. Hold up, let's read this. Let's read it again. Firearms may not be discharged solely to disable moving vehicles. Specifically, they made sure to add this. Specifically, firearms may not be discharged at moving vehicles unless one
You have smart ones and you have some that aren't quite so good.
Look at my African American over here. Look at him.
other than the vehicle, or 2, the vehicle is operating in a manner that threatens to cause death or serious physically injuries, and no other objectively reasonable means of defense appears to exist, which includes moving out the path of the vehicle. Which means just move your stupid ass out the way. Only way you should be firing into a vehicle if you directly in front of that vehicle and somebody's coming straight at you, trying to hit you, trying to, kill you or hurt you. Then, yes, you shoot. Because now you're in fear for your life. But you going and putting yourself in front of a vehicle and then start fucking shooting into it, that is murder. That is clear-cut murder. And no badge, no badge should be able to get you out of that. What's good?
Yo,
what's good? Can you hear me? Yo, can you hear me?
what up, is? I can't hear you.
You can't hear me? Can you hear me now? Mic check. Can you hear me now? Hold on.
Hello?
Yeah. Can you hear me? Mic check. Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear him? I can hear him. Can you? I don't know why he can't hear me.
I can hear you now. You can hear me?
Okay. Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, I was about to say, yeah. He murdered that damn woman.
Oh yeah, it's clear. I mean, it just matter if people think it's self-defense or if it's just straight up murder. I mean, I see now. I can see where it is a close situation and you have to act fast. But I also understand that these people are supposed to be specially trained for these type of situations. And he has to be able to take accountability. You the one put yourself in front of this lady. Where he should have stopped at is he should have went to her other window. Why the fuck would you put yourself in front of the car if y'all feeling like she's a threat? If y'all feeling like she's some kind of agitator? Why not go to her passenger window and be like, hey, get out the car, and y'all try to get out the car. Then if she pulls off, y'all got her tag number. Y'all can go to her house and arrest her.
Though, you gotta look at it though. They were trying to do that woman down bad. They were trying to make it like she ran over somebody. I seen the video. That woman wasn't nobody in front of her car. She just pulled off.
Right, and they was telling her to leave at first. So if you're telling somebody to leave, and then they at first they taking their time to leave. Now you're running up telling them, hey, get out the car, and then they pull off. That's an extra charge, yeah. But go arrest her at her house. Say, hey, you got fleeing and looting, you got resisting, you got interfering with a federal investigation. That's the way it is. You don't take a life, but then run around here and talk about how y'all care about life all the time.
And 8 years, you know what I think about it? By ICE.
What's that?
That is Trump's personal army.
Exactly. That's his personal army. And I also believe that those are a lot of those Proud Boys, a lot of those guys that were storming January 6th.
What they call it, the shiesties, they wear ski masks.
Exactly. So what makes us think that these people are even qualified to be, do what they're doing? Anybody can be behind those masks. You can go get some people out of your KKK rally and say, hey, we're going to bring you on or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And you're going to have on a mask anyway.
Exactly, yeah.
So, I mean, it's getting out of hand. And like I say, we know that a lot of these people are getting trained in Israel. They're getting trained overseas. And they're coming over here.
What you mean about that? I seen that in your title. What about that? Israel. What about that? I don't know.
Well, if you do a little research of the last 20 years, especially after 9/11, they sent a lot of our police force over to Israel to get trained. You know what I'm saying? Trained. Yeah.
I'm listening to you, but like, damn.
Yeah, go do when you get a chance, go check and see how many. And I just showed a video where they even talk about the Atlanta police officer. He went over there and he got the ideas for the cameras and everything for Israel. A lot of other police department sent their guys over there to get training. That's why a lot of our riot police, they're reacting the way they react and not caring about the American laws. They don't give a fuck. So and like when I told my story, you know, of my encounter with ICE, and this is during the Obama administration, and I even said Obama's hell yeah. And like I said, Obama opened this door. You know what I mean? I'm not a Democrat or a Republican. And, you know, I'm glad he did the body camera shit, but he opened the door for this ICE shit. He was the deporter in chief. And I ended up running into ICE because they had just busted some little Mexican shit going on. And I'm riding around in the parking lot looking for something to eat. And they assumed that I was coming to buy something from these Mexicans, and them motherfucker ripped me out my. They did me just like they did this lady. They ran up to me but they ran to me with their gun already up, with their gun to my head, telling me to get out the car.
You're a black motherfucker.
And then, you know, if I would have pulled off like her, they probably would have shot my ass in the head. Cause I didn't. But like I said, I didn't know who the fuck they was. I had never heard of ICE back then. You know what I'm saying? This was like in 2011, and they told me to take it up with Obama. And I didn't know what that meant back then, but now I know. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, these motherfuckers, they don't have any rules.
I was talking about it the other day. They say ICE been around. I thought that motherfucker was lying.
Nah, they been around. They been around. Cause like I say, back in 2011, that could have been 2009 or 2010. It was way back then when Obama first went into office or whatever, and that's why they call him the deporter in chief. He started the ICE shit. And the motherfuckers, goddamn, that's what they were doing. They was getting motherfuckers up out of here. But they was doing it. They was doing it the right way though. They was getting rid of actual criminals and illegals and stuff. Right now, we're just harassing people and getting anybody that's coming from a different country, and we're harassing them. Yeah, we're getting working foreign people. We're not just going after the criminals. Obama was actually going. I can at least say he was going after the criminals.
They were like, ICE been around. Like, no, the fucking Trump started that shit.
Nah, them motherfuckers, they been around. Right? Trump ain't started. He just took it to the next level. Just like Trump didn't start the shit with Venezuela or kidnapping and doing stuff without Congress approval. That was Obama. You know what I'm saying? And Trump is just taking it to the next level. When he went over there and got Osama bin Laden, yes, we was happy about it, but he didn't go through Congress to do it. Nobody complained about it though, but he didn't do it. You know what I'm saying?
What he did with this Venezuela stuff, and then
But the thing about it, hold on, let me educate my audience real quick. That ain't the first time that's happened. We did that with Libya. We did that with Gaddafi. We did that with Saddam Hussein. We did that with all of these people. But it was Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton and Trump and Bush that did all that though. Because when they went and got Gaddafi, he was doing the same shit. He decided, because the reason we just went in Venezuela, yeah, we know it's about oil, but it's more than about oil. It's about the petrodollar. You know, the petrodollar is the reason that our inflation is the way it is right now. So the world is going off of the dollar. You can't sell oil without it being sold in dollars. But they done created BRICS, which the Chinese and Iran and, you know, all of the BRICS shit. Now they don't have to trade oil in dollars. They can trade it in bricks and whatever they have the most of. So Venezuela has been trading oil because they got the most oil and the most researchers. They've been trading in a different currency than the United States dollar. That's the same thing Gaddafi. That's the same. Hold on, let me finish. That's the same thing Gaddafi did. He tried to change it to, hey, we don't got to sell within United States dollars no more. Let's deal with our gold. We know we ain't got no fucking gold. So if you dealing with what we have the most resources and we benefit in our own country, it cuts the United States off. We don't have to worry about their sanctions no more. They got their hand in it. Right. So what happened was, and I even got a video to prove it, Trump just bought in all the big oil companies, the Exxons and all that, telling them, hey, we got Venezuela back. But guess who the one that kicked them out of Venezuela? You would never guess.
I'm listening.
Trump was the one that kicked them out.
Oh, he did the switcheroo on him. Okay.
In 2019, and let me play the video for y'all, because y'all going to say, is you lying? You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Y'all going to say, is you lying? You don't know what you're talking about. But the man said it right in front of Trump's face. Trump was so dumb that he didn't even realize it when he asked the man. He said, when did y'all have to leave? Because they got kicked out by Venezuela. Venezuela wanted to use their oil to take care of their people. Cool. They was there, and then the sanctions that Trump put on them in 2019 forced them not to be able to deal with them no more. And then, and the man about to, hold on, let me find this video. The man sat right here and told him. Hold up, let me find the video. I had it ready somewhere. And let me look in the chat. Who gonna say I'm lying? Who gonna say I'm fucking lying? Hold on, I got the video somewhere in here.
Nah, it's a motherfucker though. And I seen you talking about that. They did kidnap that man. And I seen somebody, what, the prime minister, somebody in Russia say, if the United States don't, what it was that they took something, the oil tank or something. You seen that?
Yeah, they've been robbing oil tankers, but you know, oh here I found the video, y'all. I found the video.
They gonna take America.
No, they ain't gonna take America, but what they're gonna do is they're gonna start robbing American oil tankers, which they just did. And before I do a whole video on that, I'm gonna wait to see if it's, you know. But they just stole $3 billion worth of oil tankers, of our oil tankers. They just seized them, but we're gonna wait till more come out about that before I do a video. But here is the one of the oil executives, y'all, about to pretty much bust Trump out about why they really are sketchy about going back in, because Trump is promising them, hey, we got billionaires gonna bring their business over there and fix up Venezuela's oil fields, because I know Venezuela's down here in Orlando. I met them before I even knew any of this shit was about to start going. I met them back in like 2015.
That's a third world country.
No, it ain't, bro. It's a socialist country. This is what I heard. This is straight from Venezuelans.
Ain't been tampered with really. So it's a fresh. What I'm saying is fresh resources over there.
True, but they already know what they got. Their resources, they need somebody with money to get their resources out, but they still want it to benefit their people. So yes, they need the oil pumps and all that. They need the drilling and all that stuff like that. So you need the billionaires to come in, but they want them to equally break bread. These people are coming in and they're taking all the big money and they're leaving the people poor. So what Venezuela want is to deal with people who, hell, yeah, you're gonna help invest in our infrastructure, and then you're gonna keep it fair. And see, Hugo Chavez, he changed the rules of it, and then, you know, they started taking their money back, and then U.S., they started taking their money back and selling their oil to other countries so they can eat. So the U.S. put sanctions on them, say, hey, we ain't gonna let y'all do this because y'all dealing in the dollar. You can't deal in our dollar if you don't sell to us. So they say, fuck it, kick out all these American oil companies here. And let's listen to what the oil company said, how they got kicked out. Listen to this, y'all.
With respect to Venezuela in particular, we have a very long history in Venezuela. In fact, we first got into Venezuela back in 1940s. We've had our assets seized there twice. And so you can...
They've been there since 19...
Nah, yeah, we can't hear nothing. We can't hear nothing.
Oh, y'all can't hear? Hold up. No, you can't hear because you're in the backstage. I ain't got it. Yeah, I ain't got it in the screen yet. I'm gonna let you down real quick, bro, so I can finish this a little bit. But I'm gonna let you come back up in a minute, because I don't want to have to bring this through StreamYard. So I'm
I get you.
All right. Salute to you. So let me play this real quick, y'all. My fault. So listen to what he says.
With respect to Venezuela in particular, we have a very long history in Venezuela. In fact, we first got into Venezuela back in 1940s. We've had our assets seized there twice. And so you can imagine to re-enter a third time would require some pretty significant changes from what we've historically seen here and what is currently the state.
So think about this, y'all. Let's just say y'all are one of those big oilers, right? Since 1940, you been over there, you know what I'm saying, doing business, right? You done invested trillions of dollars. And y'all done been kicked out twice. And you just got kicked out again as recently as 2019 by the same administration right now that's telling you, hey, we just went over there and just, you know what I'm saying, pretty much laid these niggas down. Y'all come on back and reinvest in it. Do you know how long it would take them to get their shit together in Venezuela right now? To get that shit all back together? It's estimated that it'll take at least 10 years. Just to get shit, just to start. Just the tip of the iceberg. 10 years of investing. That means our military have to sit there for 10 years. That means we would have to watch over their shit we would have to take care of these motherfuckers for 10 fucking years on the American taxpayer dollars while the billionaires are building up their oil fields. And once they get their oil fields built and everything, they got to recuperate their money first. And then it's supposed to trickle down to us. But guess who will not be in charge in 10 years? I just let y'all guess. Who will not be around in 10 years? So we're doing something that's fucking us up right now as Americans. And they really ain't going to see no money, like the real money until 40 years. By then, the next president could kick their ass out. Our next president could change the whole game plan. Their president could change the whole game plan. If you are a billionaire oil investor, do you think that this is a safe deal? Fuck no. But guess what? We done spent the billions and millions of dollars already and got all our ships on the coast and all that. We already there talking about we about to take their shit. But you got the oil investors that are like, man, I don't want that shit. We don't want that shit. I don't know what you went and invaded them for. We ain't about to invest our money back in that shit. Fuck that. Oil ain't that good anyway. That shit only used for goddamn asphalt. That ain't no fucking gas oil. All y'all stupid motherfuckers think the gas price about to go down. That ain't the gas type oil that they got over there. What the fuck was y'all thinking? You think we about to build some asphalt? We ain't trying to fix shit over here. They just don't want them folks selling that shit to other countries. Because it makes our dollar ain't shit. But we already done fucked up. We fucked up, y'all.
If we look at the legal and commercial constructs and frameworks in place today in Venezuela, today it's uninvestable. And so significant changes have to be made to those commercial frameworks, the legal system. There has to be durable investment protections, and there has to be a change to the hydrocarbon laws in the country.
Oh, shit. My fault, y'all. My fault. Damn. I tried to go through a perfect screen without muting myself. Damn. Fucked it up. But anyway, as a businessman, I'm not a billionaire. Probably would never be a billionaire. But just on a low scale of business, you are not going to invest in something that you don't feel like there's any security, any insurance to. Knowing that you about to put billions and billions of dollars into oil fields and the infrastructure of oil, but you're not going to have this same president for 20 years down the line to protect your investment. Why would you invest in some dumb shit like that? So now it's come down to we done did this invasion. now we done opened up Pandora's box. Because you know who we did a favor by doing this to Venezuela? We just did China a favor because China been wanting to invade Taiwan for the longest. For legitimate reasons, the same type of reasons that we just invaded Venezuela. They want to do the same shit to Taiwan, but see, we're allies with Taiwan. We're supposed to protect Taiwan. If China decide to invade Taiwan, we got to go to war with China, and we don't want that smoke. I promise you, we don't want that smoke. Y'all think we want that smoke with China? Who think we want that smoke with China? If you think we want that smoke with China, I'm going to show y'all something. But if China was to do the same thing and invade Taiwan and we had to protect Taiwan, now we in a war with China. Now we in a war with Ukraine. We're in a war with pretty much Russia because we're protecting Ukraine from Russia. And then we have the Iran problem. And then here we are trying to fight a war at sea over oil tankers. And then we got a war going on in the Pacific. Every country that has fallen because of too many wars on the forefront. And then we want to invade Greenland. Now, if we invade Greenland, we're violating the NATO policy, right? Because Greenland is owned by, Denmark. They're part of NATO. So now we got to fight our own ally over land. It's a big shit show. Sound like World War III to me.
We're confident that with this administration and President Trump working hand in hand with the Venezuelan government, that those changes can be put in place. With respect to Venezuela in particular, we have a very long history in Venezuela. In fact, we first got into Venezuela back in the 1940s. We've had our assets seized there twice. And so you can imagine to re-enter a third time would require some pretty significant changes from what we've historically seen here and what is currently the state. If we look at the legal and commercial constructs and frameworks in place today in Venezuela, today it's uninvestable. And so
uninvestable. That's the key word y'all need to hear out of the whole shit. Trump told y'all that he already talked to these billionaires and that they were ready to invest billions into Venezuela, into the oil. But the people he brought into the office told y'all that this shit is uninvestable. All I got is a fucking high school education, and I know what the fuck that means. I ain't investing in that bullshit. It would be a crash dummy move unless y'all gonna promise me you gonna give me the country. Unless I'm about to buy the country outright right now. Nah.
Significant changes have to be made to those commercial frameworks, the legal system. There has to be durable investment protections, and there has to be a change to the hydrocarbon laws in the country. We're confident that with this administration and President Trump working hand in hand with the Venezuelan government, that those changes can be put in place.
Well, we'll see. Maybe they can, maybe they can't. But it definitely is iffy. Now, let's go through a couple of more videos. In the wake of all of this, ICE stuff, man, like I say, this ICE stuff is going crazy everywhere. You even got those folks out there in Minnesota right now, boy. They ain't even letting ICE get away with shit. They all at ICE hotel and shit. And this is not a smart move because this is going to cause Trump to gas up the shit. He's going to probably send in some more troops. It's going to be more fighting. And, oh, man, and this is going on all around the country. So it's going to spread our military thin. It's to the point where it's not going to be Americans fighting Americans. They're going to keep bringing these people in from overseas. And they're going to keep killing people on camera and upping it until people are fearful, until they have to call you know, maybe martial law. I'm not sure. But let's see.
That window is gonna break.
Yeah, if I was a hotel owner, man, I was like, y'all motherfucker gotta get y'all ass up out of my hotel. Fuck that shit. Y'all gotta get up out of my hotel. Now, I got another ICE video, man. Let's see ICE, you know, still out of control. It looked like here, ICE new video shows the vehicle was indeed weaponized at the site of an ICE enforcement action. Let's see what ICE got going on here.
Alarming video going viral tonight. It's now being
investigated
by Rialto police. It shows a man being chased and hit by a pickup truck and then taken into custody by several unidentified members of law enforcement. Rialto police say they've determined this happened just before noon today along West Foothill.
God damn. This what y'all voted for? Y'all some evil motherfuckers, bruh. Come on, man. We ain't even letting the police do folks like this. Why would we be okay with so-called ICE? Because they're immigrants, because they're going after immigrants. There should be no type of guidelines, no type of humanity about it. You can hit a motherfucker. What if that man turns out to be legal? You got unidentified people in unidentified ways. Anybody can snatch you up now.
Boulevard. Police say they were not notified of any immigration enforcement activity. Now they're trying to locate the driver of that pickup truck. We've reached out to ICE to inquire about any enforcement happening in this area, but we have not yet gotten a response. Alarming video going viral tonight.
Now, how is that going to work over time, y'all? You can be picked up by a group of people in military equipment.
That one is smart.
With
You have
masks
smart
on,
ones and you have some that aren't quite so good.
And
Look at
then
my African
after
American
everything
over here.
is,
Look at him.
you done got kidnapped, nobody can call and find out where you at. They have the right to deny you any type of communication. Any of your kids. I mean, I know a lot of y'all don't give a damn because we're more of a black community. But I need y'all to stop and think about humanity and not just, one community. I know everybody don't think about us. I get it. But, I don't want to see any good child get kidnapped and you can't even get no details about it. Supposedly by some kind of law enforcement. Anybody child to get sent to another country, they done been here for 20 damn years. Come on, man. That's crazy. And I definitely don't want to see some unmarked cars being able to pull up, throw you into a truck, and there's nothing you could do about it. Because right now, it could be these foreigners, but when it's your ass, I can't say I get it, then say, yes, I can, sir. I get what's going on. Retract the message. Hell, talk to me. Talk to me. Don't put it out there if you're thinking to put it out there. Or you can pull up and tell me. The link is dropped.
It's now being investigated by Rialto police. It shows a man being chased and hit by a pickup truck and then taken into custody by several unidentified members of law enforcement. Rialto police say they've determined this happened just before noon today along West Foothill Boulevard. Police say they were not notified of any immigration enforcement activity. Now they're trying to locate the driver of that pickup truck. We've reached out to ICE to inquire about any enforcement happening in this area, but we have not yet gotten a response.
Because look at some of these people, man. Some of these, all right, y'all keep co-signing this shit till it's your ass, till it's your family. Yeah. You keep letting it go by. But as you can see, some of the states ain't going for it no more.
If any law enforcement agent, any ICE agent, is going to come to Philly to commit crimes,
Now, I know y'all ain't talking in Philly now. Y'all might need some motherfucking ICE agent. Now, if y'all want to send some of them motherfuckers in there to get some of them YNs and get some of them guns out their hands, I might not be too opposed to it. But at the same time, we ought to know they're going to go in there and they just going to start shooting YNs. They ain't going to get the guns out of the streets. They just going to go crazy. But you know it done got serious when Philly said, nah, you ain't coming your ass in. And y'all know what's crazy? I don't really see these motherfuckers doing that. I don't want them to be doing it, but I ain't really seeing them down here in Florida like that. I could be wrong, and I'm hoping I ain't stepping on wood, but yeah, I'm probably, most places I go, I'm probably one of the only American-born Negroes, whatever you want to call us, melanated people. Everywhere, there's foreign immigrants everywhere. So I'm surprised to see them in places like, you know, in these places that they are. But of course, we see that it's not really that they're trying to get rid of immigrants. They're just trying to terrorize democratic cities. What's good, Tanya?
Then you can get the F out of here.
No, I don't want, like I say, I would like to see them go, if they're going to send law enforcement through there, send them through there to do the right thing. Like, go through there and get rid of them guns, blacks killing blacks, but they need to be trained properly. That's what I mean. I don't mean they need to go through and to be shooting up the young niggas or whatever. I mean, if they're going to go and be law enforcement, go and be law enforcement and then find the criminals. Stop going around here tackling little kids and going to Home Depot and taking people from work and all that crazy stuff. If you're going to get rid of the criminals, get rid of the criminals. I'm not opposed to that. But shooting women in the head when you could just go to their house and arrest them, nah. I don't care if they're white, black, or purple.
Because if you do that here, I will charge you with those crimes. You will be arrested. You will stand trial. You will be convicted, whether it's in state or federal court. It's my office prosecuting it. That's how the law works. And you will do your time.
That ain't how the law works, because in Minnesota, they're not letting them do a joint investigation of this crime. When they killed that lady in Minnesota, now they're not letting them investigate the crime right along with them. So, you know, the person should be able to be charged by the state and the feds just like any other person. A lot of people get charged by the state and the feds. It's very fishy that they won't allow them to be, oh, you from Philly? And I figured that, and I don't mean like they need to go through there and just, you know what I'm saying? But I mean, like, if they're having a crime problem with anything, it's nothing wrong with sending law enforcement in there to get guns off the streets. But as long as they're showing humanity. As long as they're showing humanity. And from the statistics, it's been very bad in Philly. But I'm glad he's at least taking a stance for not letting these people come through there and run crazy. But if they need help with law enforcement, hey, he should be welcome into that. But hell, not the way how they're behaving. But I'm surprised that he's already getting ahead of this, because I didn't know that they were that y'all were having any kind of immigration problem.
Because Donald Trump cannot pardon.
Tanya, do y'all have a Democratic mayor or senator or something? I'm just asking, because it might be a reason why they're trying to target y'all.
You for a state court conviction. Do you hear me, ICE agents? Do you hear me, National Guard? Do you hear me, military? You're going to jail if you commit crimes in the city of Philadelphia. You will be accountable. The law applies to all of you.
Not if you don't know who the fuck they are. Because I don't know how we found out who that guy was because they slipped up and told him. Yeah, that's probably why he's saying this, because he already know Trump coming from him. But the only reason we know who that guy is because the the Department of Justice lady, she said so. Well, she didn't say his name, but she told about a situation, and people were able to research who he was.
And I know that there are honest, decent, moral law enforcement officers out there by the bushel, including in ICE. This is not for you. This is for any one of your colleagues who thinks they are above the law.
And that's how it should be. It shouldn't be like all of the ICE are bad, because I don't want people to think that, hey, they ain't doing their job. You know, they ain't shit. They should. But no, you need to do your job right. We're not saying that ICE is not needed. We just saying that them motherfuckers need to do their shit right, because this shit is getting dangerous. We feel like y'all motherfuckers ain't got some training or something. Let's check this out. This is on Fox News, because I know a lot of people like to get on here and say, oh, well, you keep looking at that liberal news. I love to watch Fox News. Now watch what Fox News even says about this situation.
She moved over, she pulled to the side, and then she actually waves another ICE officer past her, right? So she's in such severe crisis that she can be polite in traffic and say, you go ahead, and then you hear her actually audibly saying, I'm pulling out, right? She signals exactly what she's doing. She starts to move forward, and everyone should go and watch. The New York Times has about 3.5 minutes of footage coming from every angle, and this is what they brought up to President Trump when they were meeting with him last night, when he said, you know, the officer, the brave officer, and after he tweeted, it's hard to believe that the officer is alive when he walked away completely unscathed. We can see that on video as well. But the footage contradicts the administration on almost every level of what they've said. Renee Good waving the vehicle by. The officer was to the side of the car when he drew the gun. He leaned over the hood for the first shot. You can see that on the angle too.
This ain't liberal news, people. Are you telling me somebody on Fox News got a brain? What? Hold up. Somebody please go check the weather in hell, because hell must have froze over. If somebody on Fox News is actually going to tell the truth, the man reaches over and shoots into the woman's vehicle. In the next two shots, they don't go through the windshield of the vehicle. They go in from the side of the vehicle.
That he fired 2 more shots at arm's length on a 90-degree angle. And it almost doesn't matter, actually, what she was doing, because she didn't have another weapon. According to DOJ policy, which they should be in compliance with, it says deadly force may not be used solely to prevent the escape of a fleeing suspect. Firearms must be discharged at a moving vehicle unless a person is threatening deadly force by other means than the vehicle, and no other means of defense exist, including moving out of the path. He could clearly move out of the path because he did, and that's why he was.
And that's what I just read to you, people. Then I sounded like a liberal white woman. Well, this is a conservative. This is a conservative white woman. I just read that to y'all. Read from the DOJ. Let the conservative white woman read it again, people, for the slow people in the back. What did the conservative white woman just say? See, if both sides are saying the same thing, listen to what the conservative white woman said on Fox News.
That on video as well. But the footage contradicts the administration on almost every level of what they've said. Renee Good.
Salute, Kurt.
Waving the vehicle by. The officer was to the side of the car.
She's not a conservative? Well, whatever the fuck. She's pointing out the details. Well, she on Fox News. We assume she a conservative. Hell, we assume everybody on CNN and all these other places When you see somebody on CNN and they say something, what y'all say? So, I mean, she's a token liberal, cool. She's still reading the DOJ. Is the DOJ, is they liberal too? I'm just checking. She's just reading the paper. Do you have to be, I mean, can a conservative person read it and it be different? Because we all know a conservative ain't going to read it, right? They don't want to point out what the DOJ says to do in this situation. Move the fuck out the way if you're able to. And he was obviously able to move the fuck out the way because he moved the fuck out the way and he walked away.
When he drew the gun, he leaned over the hood for the first shot. You can see that on the angle too.
But tell me what a lie that she's telling though. Let's take away whatever group you want to put her in, because that's how people like to ignore the truth. By putting you in a group. Oh, well, this person's a liberal. Can't believe him. This person a conservative. So let's take people out of these fucking groups. Let's just say, let's say she's a conservative. Let's take it out of the fucking group. And what she's saying true or false? Did he not reach over and shoot through the lady windshield from the right hand side? Did he not move the fuck out of the way? Did he not walk away without a fucking limp? Did he not shoot the second two shots from the side of her, not from in front of her, the side of her? And your training says you do not fire into somebody's vehicle for fleeing. That's what the training says. And can he take some accountability that he went around the backside of her car and then went in front of her car while y'all giving two demands? One of the demands is get the fuck out of here. So when the lady's pulling out, it's not really, I'm not sure, but I wouldn't blame her if she didn't even see that he came around the other side of the car and now he's in front of the car. He didn't fire one shot. He fired 3 shots. It's been said over and over. You can see 3 shots. That's amazing. That after all this shit, a motherfucker type in the chat, he only shot 1 shot. Look, you're going to see all 3 shots right here.
That he fired 2 more shots at arm's length on a 90-degree angle. And it almost doesn't matter, actually, what she was doing because she didn't have another weapon. According to DOJ policy, which they should be in compliance with, it says deadly force may not be used solely to prevent the escape of a fleeing suspect. Firearms must be discharged at a moving vehicle unless a person is threatening deadly force by other means than the vehicle, and no other means of defense exist, including moving out of the path.
So technically, the vehicle cannot be the sole thing that you are calling yourself self-defensing yourself for. They have to have a vehicle and a gun or something. That's what the DOJ saying. I mean, damn, do we follow the laws or not? Y'all gotta let me know, man. We can't do this from both sides. Are we gonna follow the laws or not? Just let me know. Like, when do the laws apply?
He could clearly move out of the path because he did, and that's why he was unscathed in this. I don't know why it wasn't good enough for Secretary Nome or the president or the vice president to say, this is a tragedy, we need to investigate this. And not only do we need to investigate it, we need the FBI to work with local officials on the ground in Minnesota, which apparently they do not want to do. And Governor Walz was talking about that as well. That would have been the responsible thing to do here. And talking as if there is no potential that this officer is at fault with what happened feels like you're getting a little bit ahead of your skis, especially when there is so much footage that contradicts the story that the administration is giving.
Okay, so we just heard from the token liberal on Fox News, you know, and 500 ICE agents are being moved to Minneapolis from other cities.
Have moved or will be moved to the Minneapolis area from other cities, including Chicago and New Orleans. Governor Tim Walz and other state officials have pleaded for the government to pull back any agents after a tense 48 hours that saw protesters clashing with federal officers. The governor has now ordered the National Guard to be staged and ready to support local and state law enforcement, who are simultaneously fighting to have a role in the investigation after the...
So we're about to see what the first spark of civil war is going to look like in America. Did y'all just hear what the fuck they just said? They're sending 500 ICE agents to help the ones that's already trapped in there, because I just showed y'all how the ICE agents are trapped into the hotel because of all the protesting in Minneapolis. They're trapped right now. So Trump is about to send 500 ICE agents from all the other places that they are. They're in New Orleans, they're in Chicago, they're in California. Now they're going to send them all there. But Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, who just was, about to be Kamala Harris vice president, the mayor, this whole state, which is ran by, Democrats, and Trump knows this. That's why they're targeting him. The state is about to fight against the Fed. They're calling in the state. Every state has their own National Guard. So they're calling up the state's National Guard to come defend them against the federal ICE agency. So you got armed motherfuckers against armed motherfuckers, some from the federal government and some from the state government. Now, will the federal government try to crush a state? That's going to be the question. All those people that are out there, when they have their ICE agents going to come and start shooting people and all that shit, thinking they could be lawless. And now you got the National Guard say, hell no, we're not about to let you be lawless like that. Y'all got guns, we got guns, and we have the right just like y'all got the right, because it's every state. Minnesota is one of the states that actually benefit the GDP of America. A lot of these southern states, they don't do shit. Texas, a lot of them motherfuckers, they ain't making no money. California making all the money. New York making all the money. Minnesota making all the money. You know what I'm saying? Vermont, Maine, Massachusetts, they making all the money. And they try to force these ICE federal agents, and I'm just, in my opinion, it could be wrong, trying to bring them into Minnesota, and then Minnesota are forced to use their National Guard to defend their protesters. This is something that has never been seen before, because we've seen uprising with protesters and all that stuff before, but we've never seen the National Guard protect the people instead of, against another militant. And like that brother said earlier, he believes that this is Trump's personal militant, and we're about to find out.
The FBI froze them out.
If you got nothing to hide from, then don't hide from it. Include local experts in the process. We got nothing to hide from here. All we want in Minneapolis is justice and the truth. 50% of the shootings that have happened thus far in Minneapolis this year have been ICE. In other words, we've only had 2 shootings. One of them has been ICE. We are a safe city. ICE is making it less so.
Another shooting.
Oh, okay. I forgot 2026 just started. I'm about to say, what? So they saying they only had 2 murders this year. 11 days in this year. That's pretty good for a metropolitan city. to be honest. That is pretty safe, though, y'all. I mean, regardless of how gay y'all think Minneapolis is, and I think Minneapolis is pretty yag. I've been there. They about as yag as they like the white. They like the white Atlanta kind of. But you know what I'm saying? They're very liberal, but it's very safe. You gotta admit that. These folks only had 2 murders and one of them was ICE. That's amazing.
Shooting is adding to the outrage. 2 people were shot by Border Patrol agents during a traffic stop in Portland, Oregon. Their conditions unknown.
Border Patrol? How you get stopped by Border Patrol? Don't Border Patrol supposed to be at the border? Huh? Well, am I missing something?
Visceral reaction, the anger, is evident across the country. Look at this. Protesters taking to the streets nationwide. We now know there are plans for demonstrations to stretch through the weekend. Michael, do you think more law enforcement coming in from, as we said, Chicago, New Orleans, helps or hurts the situation?
Oh, I don't think it's even a question. I think it emphatically hurts the situation, exacerbates things, and is likely to create more incidents of violence. As the mayor stated, Minneapolis is not a city that has had a serious problem with criminal violence recently. 50% of their shootings recently, he said, were by government agents. And we need to reiterate that. We are in a situation where masked agents are refusing to identify themselves and gunning down civilians.
That one is smart. You have smart ones and you have some that aren't quite so good.
Look at my African American over
And
here.
that can be a
Look
big
at
problem, y'all. Because if you get these motherfuckers, whether you feel like that shit was justified or not, when you start giving these motherfuckers an inch, they're gonna take a mile. You start giving the authority of militias to run around, start snatching and kidnapping people or shooting people and have no accountability. We can't find out who they is. Because like I say, we wouldn't have knew who that guy was because he left the scene of the crime. Right? And we wouldn't have known who he was if when the president them spoke of him, they didn't speak of a previous incident that he had, and that's how people figured out who he was. But he would have got away with the murder, and we would have never even known about it. They could have just said, hey, we'll investigate it, and the shit go away. So it could get to the point where you can get murdered in the streets by this militia, and there's no accountability to it. That's where we're getting, and that's why people are protesting.
This is palpably insane. In 48 hours, this has happened in 2 cities. What the situation calls for is de-escalation, good faith negotiations on the part of the federal government with states about what they actually need in their jurisdictions, and a willingness to back down when their presence is not appropriate or helpful.
I don't think that's too much to ask in it either. I really don't. I think that states and the government could negotiate where they need it, how much they're needed, where their problem is. And it shouldn't be up to the federal government to go around and say, hey, we're going to come through here regardless and, do this, that, and the third. Regardless if you feel like they're harboring immigrants and shit. Everybody doesn't have to be on this. Every state doesn't have to be on this. We got to get rid of immigrants out of our state because they're benefiting some states. I think that's where there's a clear difference. So let's check out some more of the chaos that's going on around here, y'all. Let's see what this congresswoman has to say.
Motion to subpoena is pretty straightforward. Earlier today, a woman was shot multiple times and killed by immigration enforcement agents in Minnesota while we were holding a hearing on the state. And while there are claims that ICE did nothing wrong, the officials in Minnesota say otherwise. And since this committee is responsible for oversight of federal law enforcement, we must investigate. This subpoena will help us get to the truth, and it should have bipartisan support. And I urge my colleagues to vote yes.
It is. So what's going on right now? I want to explain this to y'all. That's why I got this video queued up. The Minnesota senators are trying to put forth a bill to subpoena this incident so they can investigate as far as the state or prosecute this guy if there were any wrongdoing. But of course they have to, do it the Congress way. We all know that the Republicans are in control of the House and the Senate. So if they all vote no, then they can't even get a subpoena to investigate if this was a murder or not. So when you see this type of effort to cover up killing of American citizens, white, black, purple, or pink, it becomes a problem. Don't just cry when it's a black person, because, hey, it's going to be you next.
It's a tie, so the motion fails. Does any other member have any business before the committee? Seeing none, without objection, the committee stands adjourned.
Motion to subpoena is pretty.
So Congresswoman, she says, ICE killed the Minnesota woman in broad daylight, and there must be accountability. But when I moved to subpoena all records and footage related to this murder, Republicans voted it down. They've never cared about law and order or keeping our community safe. My heart is with the victim, her loved ones, and the Minnesota community. Now that's kind of fucked up, and it sounds like people have to play the politics part of this. But if you did care about Americans and all that, you don't care about what side of the aisle. Was that wrong or was that right?
I have a follow-up for you. The state officials there have said that the FBI is not sharing evidence with them. Typically, they would conduct a joint investigation, as you know. Do you believe that the FBI should be sharing evidence with state officials in Minnesota?
Well, normally I would, but they're crooked officials. I mean, Minneapolis and Minnesota was a beautiful place, but it's being destroyed. It's got an incompetent governor, fool. I mean, he's a stupid person. And it looks like the number could be $19 billion stolen from a lot of people, but largely people from Somalia. They buy their vote. They vote in a group. They buy their vote. They sell more Mercedes-Benzes in that area than almost. Can you imagine you come over with no money and then shortly thereafter you're driving a Mercedes-Benz?
Now, that sounds so racist, but I don't give a fuck. Hey, Somalians don't fuck with us. It is what it is. I ain't never ran into a bad Somalian, but it is what it is. I ain't got nothing against them. But this man is saying they coming over, they buying Mercedes-Benz, and they shouldn't be. They vote together. But didn't all them dumb motherfuckers get together and vote for you? Oh, man. From what I remember, there was a good bit of the Somalian community up there that voted for this guy. That'll teach him. But right now,
The whole thing is ridiculous. So they're very corrupt people. It's a very corrupt state. I feel that I won Minnesota. I think I won it all 3 times. Nobody's won it since Richard Nixon won it many, many years ago. I won it all 3 times, in my opinion. And it's a corrupt.
He's saying his opinion. He good with that shit. He know damn well he ain't win no Minnesota. Ain't no damn way you even thought you won Minnesota.
Corrupt state, a corrupt voting state, and the Republicans ought to get smart and demand on voter ID. They ought to demand maybe same-day voting and all of the other things that you have to a safe election. But I won Minnesota 3 times, and I didn't get credit for it. I did so well in that state every time. The people were crying every time after. That's a crooked state. California is a crooked state. Many crooked states. We have a very, very dishonest voting system.
Yeah, he already on it. He already on it. He already know what's coming up. This is what we're dealing with, y'all.
Federal agents surging into the city. Minnesota's governor putting the state National Guard on standby to support local law enforcement if necessary. This is the live images of a protest, a demonstration gathering in the streets there. This is what it looks like right now, downtown Minneapolis. Demonstrators have also gathered at this shooting scene, which itself is just blocks away from where.
And y'all, this is, and I'm telling y'all, I was supposed to be on my way to freaking North Dakota. But all this fuck shit happening and shit, a lot of times I catch my flight through Minneapolis because it's only 2 hours from where I was about to go at anyway. Yeah, there's too much shit going on right now to be on that road.
Where police killed George Floyd 5.5 years ago. Now, earlier today, armed agents at a federal building near the airport pushed back protesters, deploying some kind of crowd repellent gas and making at least one arrest after someone, according to CNN's Omar Jimenez, apparently threw a water bottle. One arrest after someone, according to CNN's Omar Jimenez, apparently threw a water bottle. Throughout the day, the Trump administration has first doubled and then tripled down on its claim that the shooting was the
Shit, my fault, y'all. My fault. What I was saying was I wanted to point out just how, the difference is how they were treating some of the people. Now, I have no problem with how they're treating this person here or whatever, because if that person was out of line, they got to arrest them. At least they're not choking them out and all that stuff like that. But at least they're not doing that to everybody. They're not being aggressive to a woman. You don't see this guy doing like they did with the big lady, trying to choke her out and all that crazy shit. Like, there's ways to go about this stuff.
As Omar Jimenez apparently threw a water bottle. Throughout the day, the Trump administration has first doubled and then tripled down on its claim that the shooting was the result of an act of domestic terrorism, and that the killing of Renee Good was, in the words of Vice President Vance today, a, quote, tragedy of her own making.
And that's crazy that those are the words that they chose for this. Because they're trying to label her some kind of domestic terrorist, but they called the January 6 people fine people, good people. They called the people in Charlottesville good people. This is amazing, now. He pardoned 1,500 people who stormed the Capitol and said it was a day of love. People who beat the shit out of police officers, broke into a federal building, was threatening to hang his vice president. They took a shit on desks. It's all okay because it's the opposite party. And a ICE agent that gets to cover his face, shoots someone in the head 3 times, leave the scene, and the only reason we even know who this person is because of the incompetent speaker that he has for the DOJ, gave people who are smart enough to research a hint to identify this man. Other than that, this would have been something that y'all could have brushed under the rug. And it's not going to stop right there. That's the problem. That inch going to become a mile very soon.
He said that with certainty and said this as if it was an established fact.
The Department of Homeland Security is already investigating this, but the simple fact is what you see is what you get in this case. You have.
The simple fact is what you see is what you get in this case. Now, I just think the problem with this whole situation is, first of all, you speaking on it before the investigation was full. Before they got to the fullity. Y'all know my word I love to use. That's when that word should be used. Till they got the fullity of the case. And they didn't wait for that. They were like, oh, that's one of our guys. He must have did right.
A woman who was trying to obstruct a legitimate law enforcement operation. Nobody debates that. You have a woman who aimed her car at a law enforcement officer and pressed on the accelerator. Nobody debates that.
Well, keeping them on.
But kind of everybody debating that, though.
People are debating that. Just to remind you, here it is, slowed down. This is from one of the camera angles that we have. You see one officer walk over to the car. He told her to get the F out of the vehicle, put his hand into the window. The car, she backs up. The car's reversed.
And then I would imagine if this guy right here is at her door trying to snatch it open, she's got her attention on him. She didn't see that. I wouldn't think that she would see the guy that's coming around the backside of a car and standing in front of her. You get in the front of the car, then make an excuse of why you got to shoot somebody because you in front of the car. And they're trying to make that make sense. I'm going to get in front of your car, tell you to leave, and then when you try to leave, I'm going to shoot you because I'm in front of your car that I'm telling you to leave in front of. Get the fuck out of here.
Reverse lights go on. The officer pulls on the door handle with his right hand, eventually reaching inside the open window with his left. The other officer is now in front of her car, and her reverse lights go out. When the car begins to move forward,
and it's not like this woman is committing a crime. So they shouldn't be trying to pull out the car anyway, because remember, they say that their car is stopped in the middle of the road because they were stuck in the snow. The ICE team was stuck in the snow. So they were blocking in the neighborhood. They were in a neighborhood. This is this woman's community.
Hand, eventually reaching inside the open window with his left. The other officer is now in front of her car and her eventually reaching inside the open.
Because it's clear right there. Right here. You can see the man's feet, man. You gotta be a liar. You just gotta be a straight up demon liar to say that this man is in fear of his life, and you can clearly see his feet on the side before he even take the first shot. Boom. He's taking the first shot, and both of his feet are on the side where he's reaching over in front of this glass to shoot this woman in the head. And then he shoots two from the side. Your life is not at risk to be shooting out.
With his left. The other officer.
That shit, so man, that's crazy that anybody would even try to. And the fact that he's drawing a gun right now when he should be getting the fuck out the way just in case she start driving, because she just backed up. She's in motion. So your training should be saying, get to a point where you're not in the line of fire. This is a human life. This woman might try to pull off. She might try to flee. That does not give her the right to die. I'm sorry, y'all devilish motherfuckers. I don't give a fuck. A person fleeing the police, yes, it's wrong. They ass should go to jail, do their time, but they should not get their fucking head blown off. I don't agree with that. I'm sorry. You can call me whatever you want to call me. You should not get your head blown off from running from ICE, even if you're an immigrant. You should not get your head blown off for talking shit to the police. You should not get your head blown off for the police getting in front of your car and you saying, get the fuck from in front of my car. Because they make laws now where if people are protesting as a normal citizen in Florida now, I don't know about everywhere else, but in Florida, they encouraging people to run over protesters. That's crazy.
His right hand, eventually reaching inside the open window with his left. The other officer is now in front of her car, and her reverse lights go out. When the car begins to move forward, the officer unholsters his weapon. He fires it once. It appears towards her windshield. Second time, what appears to be her open window, and then a third shot immediately afterwards. And the car goes careening down the street. The officer reholsters his weapon. Now,
man, all you got, they want you to ignore your own two eyes. You see this man reaching. He's having to try to stay in front of this car just to shoot this woman. He's already out of the way. You say the vehicle is a deadly weapon. It's not a deadly weapon if you get your ass out of the way. I mean, we can make that excuse and say it's a deadly weapon. She is not using it as a deadly weapon. And the DOJ clearly says that you do not discharge a firearm from the vehicle being the sole weapon if you have the option of getting out the way. He clearly had the option of getting out of the way because he got out the way. How do you just want to see somebody get shot in the head? She's not using the vehicle as a weapon because he just chose to even get in front of her damn vehicle. Who the fuck does that? Do we hold any accountability for a man not doing his training properly? He went around the back side of her vehicle, came all the way around to the front. This guy over here is pulling at her door, and you got the guy over here pulling at her door. I'm assuming her trying to pull away, you have no idea that this man is in front. And even if you do, she's clearly turning away from this guy. To the point he's not even limping when he walked away. He reached over. You could see him reaching in front of her to shoot this woman. Look, watch it. Slow motion. Just in case y'all watch it in super fast. Let's just watch it in super slow motion.
take a look at it again. This shooting in real.
That's kind of hard to not just see. I mean, that's about as clear cut as gonna get, y'all. I'm sorry. That's about as clear cut as gonna get, man. I can't not believe my own eyes. Cannot believe my own eyes.
As I mentioned, CNN has obtained some new video. Again, it's grainy and distant, but it's...
And I think a lot of y'all, I ain't gonna say a lot of y'all, but I think a lot of people are okay with it because they're lesbians. And everybody like a lesbian when it's time for them to get freaky, but I think everybody, you know, a lot of people are okay with this because, you know, they're liberal and they're lesbians. Or they feel like they're liberal or lesbians. I don't know. Well, why she didn't hit it if she turned it towards him and gunned it? Why she didn't hit him? I'm just curious. If you say she turned the wheel, backed up, turned the wheel towards him and gunned it, wouldn't she would have knocked him down, right? Okay. It looked like he was right there and he reached over more to shoot her dead in the face. And he shot 2 more shots from the side. And that's probably what the autopsy is going to show. What's good, homie?
I ain't making no noise. I see you talking about the crash out of the century.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Hey, we got Johnny Lee in the area.
My man's, I mean, you know, he's still all of our president, even though he's a piece of shit. But, you know, man is crashing out, man. You know, when you go to using the worst president in the history of all presidents, James Monroe, when you go to using his doctrine, boy, you is really trash.
What you talking about?
The Monroe Doctrine. What they doing, they calling the Monroe Doctrine of taking over Venezuela.
Oh, okay. You talking about the Trump thing? I know. I thought you were still talking about the.
Yeah, but Monroe was the worst president in the history of this country, man. He was trash. He was super trash. That's why we don't even talk about him until we talking about this.
Right. True.
And then Dumpster Fire Donnie, he tried to this man came in and tried to change everything to his name, man. This shit crazy work.
And I agree right there, Shelly Shell. You say her wife also yelled to her, "Go, babe, go." Exactly. At first, they was telling her to go. So, like, when I was telling my story earlier about my interaction with ICE way back in the Obama administration, I was telling y'all that, you know, I was getting 2 different orders, you know what I'm saying? So she's getting told to go, but then when she starts going and people are pulling at her door, and then you shoot her in the head. Instead of letting it go, y'all already got her ID, y'all got her tag and all that stuff. All you gotta do is go to her house and arrest her ass.
So this man playing 3D chess with us, man. This is exactly what he wanted. Exactly so he can call martial law. When we go to bucking, that's just gonna give him the rule to call martial law, and then he gonna shut everything down.
I agree.
He's systematically doing it, and he's just building up. Like, one thing, you know, when you overload, we so overloaded on everything. You know what I'm saying? So now, shit, we fucking desensitized like a motherfucker in everything, bro. Like, it's crazy work the way it's coming, but we walking right into this trap, bro.
Oh yeah, we're walking into the world. Yeah, we're walking into a trap. I agree.
Because it's gonna be a civil war and a world war at the same time. The shit gonna be wild. It's gonna be fucking crazy work. But what a time to be alive! Shit, we here.
What a time to be alive.
We here.
Hey,
it's
history. It's gonna be history, man. Y'all know right now, because it will not be televised when shit go down. All the internet will be shut down, y'all. Y'all think y'all gonna be able to YouTube about it? Hell nah, bitch. Everything gonna be shut down.
No, everything gonna be shut down, just like they do in Iran right now with they thing.
Yeah, they internet shut down.
Yeah, they shut the whole internet down. So, you know, just always remember, shit. The ancestors, you are your ancestors. You are the greatest version of your ancestors, and you ain't here by chance. You not here by chance.
But all right, bro. Let me continue on with the show though, man. But salute to you.
Do you think?
Yep.
You're.
Oh wow, Shelly Shell. I don't have time to deal with ignorance. I have a good night, sir. Good night, Shelly Shell. We appreciate you. But yeah, man, I'm sorry. I don't deal with the ignorance of thinking that law enforcement should be killing citizens out here. I don't give a fuck if you get agitated. I don't care if somebody's a homosexual. I don't care if they liberal. I don't care if they're conservative. I don't even want to see, I don't want to see innocent people losing their life by law enforcement. Is that okay? Is that okay that law enforcement shouldn't go around taking people's lives without taking accountability? I don't mind them locking up who need to be locked up and all of that stuff like that. But can we agree to that? Huh? Okay, they have the authority to enforce immigration laws administratively. Fine. But do they have the authority to execute people, American citizens? That's what I'm checking. Should they have the authority to run around and not have accountability for their actions when they do not go about the protocol of the things that they're doing? If the DOJ clearly says you should not disarm your firearm, let's go look at it one more time. Hold on, maybe you wasn't here when we looked at it earlier. Let's look at it one more time, man, or whoever that missed it earlier. Let's read it again. And, we could let the white lady say it from Fox News again. Hold on, let me see if I still got that video ready. Yeah, the white lady from Fox News, she read it out. But y'all will say she's a liberal, but she read out what the fuck. She just read it out. Well, I got to read it because I put it up somewhere. So, okay, here we go. From Title I DOJ Policy of Force. Policy of Force. Before you leave, Shell, let's read this together. Okay? Let's read this ignorance together. I'm just saying, do you believe in the law? That's all I'm asking. Do you believe in the law? Do you want to be lawless or you want to go by the law? Let's establish that first. Do y'all want to have a lawless country or are we just doing the shit, like fuck it? Some people are above the law. Just say that. Some people are above the law. But we're going to go by the law. The DOJ law says, this is what, any, law enforcement has to go by. Firearms may not be discharged solely to disable moving vehicles. Specifically, firearms may not be discharged at a moving vehicle unless a person in the vehicle is threatening the officer or another person with deadly force by means other than the vehicle. By means other than the vehicle. Please take note of that. Or 2, the vehicle is operated in a manner that's threatening to cause death or serious physical injury and no other objectively reasonable means of defense appear to exist, which includes moving out the path of the vehicle. And we clearly seen the man had the option of moving out the path of the vehicle. Hell, he could have just not got in front of the vehicle, period. I don't know why people don't want to say that. They want to tell you what she could have did. Oh, she could have did this. She should have not talked. She should have not just been there. Well, he could have not been there and he could have not got in front of the motherfucking vehicle, putting his own life in danger. If she would have hit and killed them, they would have said, well, he put himself in danger, so, that was part of his own, his own fault. No, they wouldn't have said that. Just saying, y'all. Like, the facts are the facts. Facts are backed by evidence. This is, this is what the law that they made. Are y'all going to be law-abiding citizens? Do y'all want to go by the law? Or do you want to just, change it, move the goalposts when it's convenient? That's all. That's all we want to know. Are we going by the law or we're just doing it when it's convenient? Man, they even brought back Jesse the Body Ventura about this situation.
You want to know something? I'll give you a quote. We're a third world country now. You want to know why? I'm an expert. I've been to them. I spent 17 months in Southeast Asia while the draft dodger was playing golf, right? You know how I know we're a third world country? Because in third world countries, they have the military doing their police work in the cities when you walk around. I was in the Philippines the day Ferdinand Marcos declared martial law and went under dictatorship. We went from nobody to a guy with a machine gun on every corner. That's what happens in a dictatorship. In comes the military. That's what's happening here.
And remind y'all, this is Jesse Ventura. He's the ex-governor of Minnesota, but he's also a Navy SEAL. As you can see, he has the Navy SEAL beanie on. This is not just some kook. This is one of the 1% of people in the world that was able to pass the brutal, that's been on top secret missions all around the world, then seeing the world from the angles that most people will never see. And he's telling you what's about to come. And y'all think ear's crazy.
And people better wake up to it. You want to read something? Then read your history of Germany and start comparing the tactics of what happened in 1930s Germany to what's happening here. Read history. You learn from history. Anytime you have the loss of life that needlessly happens, that's tragedy. And what occurred yesterday did not have to happen.
I mean, I'm just saying.
You heard it from me. Bunch of bitches.
Right here.
You heard it from me.
White supremacists.
That's right.
People.
I hope you can see through those thick-ass glasses that you fucked up. You stand there and sanction this bullshit, and they kill a woman. They're ruining businesses that have been here for generations. They're fucking up this community. You can go home safe, but no, you're here to terrorize this city. A bunch of bitches if I've ever seen a bunch.
Hey, man, that's...
And I'm telling you...
Hey, man, that's a nice-ass jacket, man. Vietnam vet. Telling them, man, it's getting crazy out here, yo. It's getting crazy out here, man. Yeah, man, this him. This him and his Filipino wife. They said that's why they don't want to not. That's why they cover their faces. So this shit here don't happen. They don't get doxxed. Their life don't be, ruined and everything. Even though they just killed somebody, they don't want they want their life to be normal.
This is the glove compartment of Renee Good. 37-year-old mom, 3 kids. She wasn't a terrorist. She wasn't a criminal. She was a mom.
I mean, she had 3 kids, and y'all talking about, you know what I'm saying, that was her wife and all that stuff like that. I don't know if that was her wife, but shit, she obviously like men too. She got 3 kids, and one of them was 6, and everybody trying to make her out to be a lesbian. She probably swung both ways. But that's what they're trying to, push on her just to, help push the agenda. But the woman got 3 kids. Y'all do know how babies are made, right? Okay.
There's no weapon in that glove compartment. There's no knife, no gun, no explosive. Stuffed animals. Any one of us
Salute, blanket statement. Peace.
with young kids knows what that glove compartment looks like. It's a distraction device. It's a bribery tool. It's a way to keep your kids calm when they're acting out in the car.
Now, I get his point because it's crazy. It's literally insane for the leader of the free world to, before they even do the full investigation, to come and say this lady was a domestic terrorist. That's crazy. She might have been an agitator. That's fine. But you just going around shooting people in the head like y'all trying to install fear, and they're trying to create an uprising. And like Jesse Ventura say, third world countries, when the military is in the streets. And it won't be our serving military, our sons that we're sending to the military. It'll be some jokers from overseas over here. And now the states will have to put out their National Guards. And if you ain't in one of those states that ain't on the side of the right side of this, you might be in trouble. Hell, I might be in trouble because here I am in fucking Florida. I might need to go to one of those. Nah, I'm just messing around.
She had a baby to go home to. A 6-year-old who is now orphaned, who lost his father just 2 years ago. So you want to defend this? You want to defend the murder of this mom?
And I guarantee you that child is going to be bothered. I mean, lost his father and lost his mother. And to lose his mother this way, this type of stuff does affect more people. And they're trying to defend it? Like, that is crazy.
You want to root on and cheer for her being shot in the face 3 times? Unfortunately, this is where we have been heading from the start.
And we seen people come in here and say, he only shot her once. They're trying to minimize it. It's gotten that bad where you have people that try to minimize it.
It's just a matter of time. When you hire masked thugs, of course, it's going to get increasingly.
That one is smart. You have smart ones and you have some that aren't quite so good.
Look at my African American over here. Look at him.
Where they work. Deporting U.S. kids with stage 4 cancer. Pulling peaceful people out of their homes and cars by their hair. And now, shooting a mother and telling us, just like you told us on January 6th, don't believe your eyes when you see the video. Is this going to get worse? Of course it will. Bodies are piling up. Will Renee Good be the last mom murdered by ICE? We literally now have masked murderers roaming our streets. But we're not helpless. And if my Republican colleagues are going to do nothing right now, you better believe that accountability is coming. Here's what it looks like. The masks are coming off. Identification is coming out. Immunity is going to be stripped. And to Kristi Noem, Tom Cashbag Homan, and Greg Bovino, your asses are going to be in these witness chairs. The job we have on this committee is to keep Trump out of our streets, out of our homes, and out of our lives. No policy matters to anyone on this committee if you can't protect your people. So people like Renee Good, an American citizen, a mom, doesn't get shot 3 times in the face. So she can go home to her 6-year-old child. And so we can go back to the country I know we are.
Yeah, if you think that we'll be able to have an election with all of this unrest going on, and that's kind of what they're banking on. They're banking that, you know, if they get another election and people have this sour taste in their mouth about you know, how ICE just shot this lady, how they're kicking over her vigil.
Really, you fucking punk? That's what you're gonna fucking do?
What?
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 What? Do you know what
Back
the fuck
up.
is that is for?
Back up.
What is that for?
Back up.
What is that for?
Back up.
What is that for?
Back up.
You're gonna push me? What is that for?
Back up.
What was that
I don't
for?
give a fuck.
You don't give a fuck about
Back
her?
up. Bro.
This is why we're here.
Back up.
This is why we're here.
Back up.
What's her name? Renee Good?
Back up.
And you fucking, that's a memorial to her. That's a memorial to her.
And that's a Trump. It looked like a Trump supporter. Shit, he got a Trump flag.
Shows 4 full minutes leading up to the shooting. It shows Renee Good's maroon Honda Pilot entering from the right there. Then 20 seconds later, someone gets out on the passenger side. We don't know who or why this person leaves the car. We then see her turn and pull perpendicular across the street, seeming to block the way. But as you see here, leaving room for vehicles to pass by her on either side. Finally, there is this new angle of the federal officer who shot her. He arrives. Another federal SUV pulls up. As the ICE officer briefly goes back to his car, then he returns, and with another agent grabbing at her door, she starts to move forward. Again, it's hard to see from this.
Now, that does help with the, because I'm going to keep it real. Why the fuck was she doing that? That is weird that she did park in the middle of the road. So it does support their claim that she could have been a professional agitator. But to agitate to a motherfucker still killing you, that don't mean that you were supposed to kill her. Now, she was probably agitating the shit out of him. She probably was warning people, hey, ICE is here, this and that, this and that. Arrest her ass. It doesn't justify taking this woman's life, though. But it is fishy that she did that shit. I'm going to keep it real.
Angle, followed by 3 gunshots in quick succession. 4 minutes in all from start to finish. But for all the video that may reveal, it says nothing about why Renee Good was where she was or what she was doing there. And it's not all we don't know. Somehow, the administration, without offering any evidence, seems terribly certain about who this woman is and what motivated her.
What young mother shows up and decides they're going to throw their car in front of ICE officers who are enforcing legitimate law? You've got to be a little brainwashed to get to that point to where you're willing not just to protest, that's fine, not peacefully protest, but throw your vehicle in front of legitimate law enforcement officers and drive your car into them. To get to that point, you have to be, I think, radicalized in a very, very sad way.
Meanwhile, the Vice President also called her, quote, a deranged leftist and a member of a, quote, broader left-wing network. Though when pressed for evidence, here's what he said.
Who do you think is behind this broader left-wing network?
Well, it's one of the things we're going to have to figure out.
So he's not the only one who did not have an answer when pressed. So did the president. Reporters from the New York Times interviewed him yesterday and showed him or talked to him, confronted him on the disparity between what the shooting video showed and what the administration was claiming about the incident, including that the ICE officer had been run over. The headline of the Times reads, here's what Trump said on the ICE shooting when we pressed him. The reporters told the president the tapes were unclear. His aide brought a laptop over to the Resolute desk to play one of them. It did not say what he said it did, that the ICE officer had been run over. And when confronted about it, the president did not address the discrepancy. He's also not changed his version of the events. His top officials are echoing that approach, something Minnesota Governor Tim Walz underscored today.
It's beyond me that apparently from the federal government, from the Homeland Security Director herself, has already determined who this person was, what their motive was, and they hadn't even been taken out of the vehicle. We're not living in a normal world.
And I agree. I ain't got to agree with a whole bunch of shit they got going on in Minnesota. But I definitely agree with that. So I think that's about all the X videos that I wanted to show. Now I do have a little bit that I wanted to show on the other shooting that happened, so-called by federal officers in Portland. And I really haven't even seen this yet, so I'm gonna kind of react with y'all. I don't know what's going on, so let's see what's going on here. Because I heard about another one that happened in Portland. Let's check it out. Here we go.
Questions remain about yesterday's shooting outside of the Adventist Medical Center because there is no video so far of the gunshots themselves. But tonight, K2 has obtained...
I kind of agree with that. Vada Truth. I hope I'm not butchering that too bad. They both were reckless. She dies because of her recklessness. He needs to be accountable for his. Two things are true. I can kind of agree with that. But I just don't feel like it should have been that extreme from him. But yeah, if you're taking the risk, playing with them folks all kind of way. So, being reckless. So that's kind of true. She was being reckless because that little shit parking in the middle of the road and all that shit, fucking with them folks, knowing that they trigger happy. But yeah, two things can be true. But the problem is they're not holding. She's being accountable for her recklessness. I mean, not being here, but they're not being accountable for theirs. They get to get away with it. That's the problem. And we tired of seeing that shit. I'm personally tired of seeing that shit. I can't get away with shit. But, you know what I'm saying, all I got to do is be with the right people or the right skin color.
New video that appears to show what those two people were doing minutes before they were shot by federal officers. It shows that same red pickup truck that police found nearly 3 miles away from that shooting scene. K2's Victor Park joins us live from the Hazelwood neighborhood at the shooting scene where a vigil was held tonight. Victor.
That's right. Hey, good evening there, Barry. And you can see there is still a makeshift memorial left behind on those benches. This is just steps away from where the shooting took place, as new video appears to show two people minutes before they got here. New video obtained by K2 appears to show the man and woman less than an hour before the shooting that since made the national headlines. Just after 1:30 p.m. Thursday at a Gresham apartment complex, the video shows a man in a white hoodie getting out of the driver's seat of a red pickup truck. He walks towards the back, then opens the gate and walks upstairs to an apartment unit. A woman gets out of the passenger side and follows. The truck is parked for several minutes. A second clip shows the truck backing away. Less than an hour later, and nearly 9 miles away, the man and woman end up outside of the Adventist Health Clinic on Southeast Main Street, where at around 2:18 p.m., officers got the call about a shooting. Shortly after, the couple is found shot inside a red pickup truck.
And it's a very scary time.
A day later, dozens gather for a vigil just feet from where the shooting happened, still waiting for answers and not taking anything at face value. That includes Oregon State Senator Con Pham. We've learned from Portland police and even DHS, they say that these were members of a violent gang. Well, some people watching this may think, hey, you guys are standing up for...
Okay, so, and this, like I said, this is the first time I've heard of this. And I don't really know, like, okay, do they look like gang members? Hey, you really don't know what gang members look like. But how they end up murdered without an investigation now, that's a little tricky. But maybe I got to find out more.
Or violent criminals.
They can put these allegations at anyone with no evidence, and I think it's really important to know that no matter what, no one deserves to be shot with no trial or no due process. That's not how we deal with anybody.
Others joining the vigil included this father from Bhutan.
So I came as a refugee in this country, and I had that experience of trauma and also the government suppression.
He says this is a teachable lesson for his children.
It's every single day explaining what's happening in the country. We always talk about America as a dream country, but this is more like traumatizing and kind of nightmare for us.
All right, in the meantime, Senator Pham says she plans to introduce new legislation that, in her words, protects Oregonians from federal immigration officers. The legislative session begins next month. We're live here in the Hazelwood neighborhood of Southeast Portland. I'm Victor Park, K2 News.
Only beginning to see the ripple effects of this, Victor. Thank you. And officially.
And, you know, hold on, let's check this out.
We have got to the point where literally...
Man, we ain't getting a lot of details. I don't really know what the...
Police providing an update on yesterday's shooting as many questions remain. It's 5 o'clock. I'm Mia Villanueva.
And I'm Ken Body. We have team coverage today of the incident with reporters across the city digging deeper into the shooting. We started off with Joey Vaca, who was there as Portland police provided the latest update. Joey?
They do have some nexus to involvement with TDA. We can confirm that.
Chief Bob Day confirming that the two people shot by federal agents yesterday do have a connection to the transnational crime group Tren de Aragua.
Okay. Yeah, y'all fuck. We don't want to hear no more about y'all. Stop mixing y'all motherfuckers up with the good people that ain't did shit. Ain't nobody gonna have no sympathy. I'm sorry. When you're dealing with gangs and you come over here and you own some other shit. But at the same time, who do we trust now? Because these motherfuckers are allowing your ass quick. But I think anybody willing to get a tattoo on their face, they definitely down with a gang, in my opinion. If you crazy enough to put a tattoo on your eye, then yeah, you crazy enough to want to be affiliated with a gang.
Day says yesterday he wasn't aware of any tie until DHS released their names today and PPB could search their information. The woman, Yerlani Betsabeth Zambrano Contreras, and the man, Luis David Nico Moncada.
I have been advised that the woman was arrested for prostitution in Washington County, and that the male was present when a search warrant was served in Washington County. I don't know if they were together. I don't know if that was simultaneous, but that's the information that we've received.
That information matching what DHS put out this morning.
But being that information is coming from Department of Homeland Security, who is in charge of Department of Homeland Security? The same lying motherfuckers that just labeled this lady that they shot in the face a domestic terrorist. So it could be possible that these people are not a part of any gang and that they're covering up for yet another pow. I don't know how I should say this. Of possibly innocent people. You know, pretty much like a drug deal going wrong, we got immigrant bus going wrong. And when they go wrong, it's costing people their lives. And then you're having a lot of Americans that are being desensitized because, hey, we're black people. We went through this too. Cool, I get that, and I understand. But that don't mean you don't have to be humane. Right. You say, I think the Republicans think that ICE officer is an idiot if they were being honest, but they have to fall on the sword. It's political to divide us. I totally agree with that. They're going to have to fall on the sword, especially in Republican-ran cities. See, they're not going to come and do all that crazy ICE shit in no Republican-ran cities. Which it ain't really many that are just like a city that's a Republican ran, like a big city. So they really ain't gonna, yeah. Because, like I said, they ain't really down here in Florida like that. Not acting their ass like that. You can get your ass fucked up down here.
DHS also referenced involvement with a shooting in Portland. Day confirming today there was a shooting July 11th of last year in Northeast Portland.
The victim in that shooting was self-identified as a Venezuelan immigrant who informed us that the suspects in that shooting were associated with TDA. Based upon that, we've been working that case. It's an ongoing investigation, but we have been working that case.
It's a shooting that Day says the two individuals yesterday are connected to, but he couldn't say what that connection is.
I cannot say.
But they're telling us all this shit, but they ain't telling us what the fuck these people supposedly did to get shot. Just because you telling us that they immigrants, that don't give you the right to just kill folks. And why the fuck are people agreeing with, yeah, fuck it, they're immigrants, kill them? The fuck kind of demons y'all is, man? I mean, I get it, bro. We ain't gotta like people, but damn, y'all some demons, bro. They're immigrants who kill them? Shit.
Say that they were both involved in the shooting on July 11th. I apologize. What I'm saying is, through the investigation of the shooting on July 11th, there became a nexus to them.
Say what? Hold up, man. I must have missed something. Let me slide this back. Because he just connected some kind of shooting in their name, but not saying that they had something to do with it. But why the fuck did you mention it?
The shooting on July 11th. I cannot say that they were both involved in the shooting on July 11th. I apologize. What I'm
But you done threw that out there.
saying is, through the investigation of the shooting on July 11th, there became a nexus to them. Whether
A nexus to them.
they were involved, I do not know.
You don't know whether they're involved. You don't know. Maybe somebody shot at their ass. Maybe they was at a club and somebody else got shot and they just happened to be a witness. Shit happens. But he's mentioning something that has nothing to do with this shit, but just to throw that little bit of dirt. Hey, they was Mexican gangs. Well, hell, it was a murder, had something to do with them. These motherfuckers ain't no good people. They just some filthy immigrants that got shot by some of our ICE agents, and we got to cover their ass because we're a small police department, and we don't want no smoke. We like Trump, and we already waist deep in this shit, and it ain't no wiggling out of it. We either down or we not. Trying to pick the right side of history, but hell, hell. We don't like the gays. We don't like the other colors. And we're trying to stick with our people, but shit, some of our people are dumb as fuck. They in between a rock and a hard place right now. Just come to the light. That's all y'all got to do. Come to the light. Stop looking at the color and come to the light.
As far as I am aware, they haven't been named as, suspects. They haven't been charged in it.
Man was shot in the arm, and the woman, he says, was shot in the chest. Police also did have to apply a tourniquet to that man's arm on scene. Both needed surgery and are still in the hospital where they're in federal custody. Live in South Portland, Joey Vaca, Point 6 News.
Oh, shit, they still alive? I thought these motherfuckers were dead. Hey, I'm telling y'all, I'm reacting to some of this shit with y'all, man. I seen about the shit. I said we'll react to it, but yeah. Okay. So we'll find out. They about to ship y'all ass so far. But y'all motherfucker, y'all probably would have wished y'all were dead. Dude, shit. They about to send them motherfuckers to Venezuela somewhere. Shit. Nigga talk about they still alive, boy.
If you get stuck on the melody,
So let's check out a couple of videos I still got, you know, in the playlist.
Yesterday in the press conference about the Tren de Aragua group, also known as TDA. At that time, I did not have pertinent information as to their potential role or involvement here in the city. Doing some more digging, sought some more information. Once the names of the people who were shot yesterday by the federal officers came out, we were able to do some investigating on our part to see if there was any nexus or relationship with the Portland Police Bureau or regional partners. I can confirm, first and foremost, that these two individuals are in stable condition. They are still hospitalized. They are in custody of the federal law enforcement, but grateful that they are appear to be on the road to recovery, and I'm grateful for that. They do have some nexus to involvement with TDA. We can confirm that. We know that we had a shooting in Northeast Portland in July of this year, and the victim in that shooting was self-identified as a Venezuelan immigrant who informed us that the suspects in that shooting were associated with TDA. Based upon that, we've been working that case. It's an ongoing investigation.
So he pretty much snitched, tried to help y'all motherfuckers, and now y'all got him fucked up. Now y'all about to send him to jail. Shot up. Damn. That's crazy.
But we have been working that case, and there's also been involvement with the two people who were shot yesterday by the federal officers through some criminal cases out in Washington County. So this is a regional effort as we look at this group affiliation and the potential for violence that has occurred. And it's still ongoing, so I don't have details. And what I can say is there is an association with the two folks yesterday and TDA.
Hey, man, if he a representation of their police force, I feel bad for them. Because, brother, you are all out of shape. Yeah, man. Shit.
I hesitated to even share this information initially because I'm very aware of the historic injustice of victim blaming, oftentimes portrayed by law enforcement, including this very agency that I've represented so proudly for so many years. And historically, we have not been quick to disclose the potential criminal history of others. But I felt it was imperative because I was asked yesterday in the news conference what information we have. This is information we have. This in no way draws a through line to the actions or the behaviors that occurred yesterday. I want to speak for just a moment specifically to my Latino community.
Just damn, this shit here hard to listen to. Well, this boy here, it's hard to listen to. This boy here breathing all hard in the camera and shit. Oh, we got a minute left. We'll listen to this hard breathing motherfucker. He's struggling up here, just like his hair.
It saddens. It saddens.
But I get it. He's emotional. He's emotional. Now I mean I can't roast him, but you know, emotional about the situation.
That we even have to qualify these remarks because I understand, or at least have attempted to understand through your voices, your concern, your fear, your anger. This information in no way is meant to disparage or to condone or support or agree with any of the actions that occurred yesterday. but it is important that we stay committed to the rule of law, that we stay committed to the facts, that we stay a trustworthy and legitimate police department for all of Portlanders. We are currently involved in this investigation with our federal partners, of which I'm very grateful for. And we have.
It sounds like he's trying to explain to the people, like, we working with the feds, but we really, you know, I know we supposed to be like a liberal kind of state, kind of, you know what I'm saying, but they kind of got a gun to our head. It's kind of sound like what he's trying to say. You know, but he don't want an uprising from the Latino community because they just had, or not Latino, whatever community that is. It looked like they just had 2 people that were shot, and they're probably well known through that community, and they know that they probably don't have any of those type of ties. And like I said, it sounded like they gave them some information, possibly snitched. And now they're trying to link them to the criminal activity, which probably could get them deported. They're not being protected by their own community, which they're contributing to. And this is just the chaos that's being created all around the country. Because you have a lot of Latino communities, Somalian communities, Korean communities. Like, America is a melting pot. Everybody knows that.
Have been able to assist and provide perspective and have a small area of participation as we as this investigation continues. I am proud of the relationships we have with our federal partners. We have relied upon them.
Introducing Iron Beam.
All right, let's see. Let's see one more video concerning this, and let's see if we can find out anything more about it. But it just seemed like they're kind of, it sounds like it's kind of, it would be something that they probably would sweep under the rug way quicker if this whole Minnesota thing wasn't going on. Oh, what happened here? So, you know what? I'm gonna skip that video. So let's go here. So y'all, I found the video on Fox News, right? Check this out. So y'all know how all across America right now, we got a whole bunch of protesting and all that, and how our government wants to handle it. They want to say, hey, we about to send out a whole bunch of ICE agents, the National Guard. We're going to use anything possible to stop people from being able to protest. We're going to shoot them. We're going to do all that, right? Do y'all know that our government, America First, which is supposed to be America First, is now deciding that they want to go save Iran because the people of Iran, they need the right to protest. And if they don't get their right to protest, if their government ain't going to give them the right to protest, we're going to intervene, and we want to go into Iran to give Iran freedom. I ain't lying. I couldn't believe this shit, y'all. Listen to what these crazy folks have the nerve to have to try to convince dummy America what we need to do about Iran right now.
On notice over its response to anti-government protests, Iran's supreme leader blaming President Trump for the unrest and says the government won't back down, setting the stage for a violent crackdown. We go now to Stephanie Bennett in London.
How's this nigga over here causing fucking havoc over there in Iran too?
With more on this. Hi, Stephanie. Molly, as we approach nearly 2 weeks of deadly protests, we're also hearing that hospitals across Iran are now becoming overwhelmed with the amount of injured people. Now, despite a complete communications blackout, pictures continue to emerge showing buildings and vehicles on fire as protests expand those anti-government demonstrations, gaining momentum not seen in years. Human rights groups say dozens have been killed and thousands of others arrested. Iran's Attorney General warned today that anyone taking part will be considered an enemy of God and could face the death penalty. On X, U.S. Secretary of State...
Say what? What? Them niggas ain't bullshit. They catch you protesting, you can face the death penalty. But no folks saying fuck that shit. But look what our people are saying. They're trying to, incite the shit going on. Even though people over here are doing the same thing. They're protesting. They don't like what the administration is doing. The people that they voted for is really not there. They fucking mass kidnapping people and doing whatever the fuck they want to. And what it says, United States supports brave people of Iran. Marco Rubio. How would he say some shit like that, but he don't support the people in America when they stand up for themselves?
Marco Rubio offered support for the protesters, writing, quote, "The United States supports the brave people of Iran."
So they don't like the people in America protesting, but they want the people in Iran to be protesting. The fucking agents of chaos, man.
Of course, over the summer, President Donald Trump struck Iran's nuclear sites during Operation Midnight Hammer. Yesterday, he had this warning.
I've made the statement very strongly that if they start killing people like they have in the past, we will get involved. We'll be hitting them very hard where it hurts. And that doesn't mean boots on the ground, but it means hitting them very, very hard where it hurts.
So if they start killing people, we gonna get involved. But if we start killing people, who the fuck gonna get involved?
Iran's supreme leader offered a stern message and has accused protesters of acting on behalf of President Trump.
The Islamic Republic was established with the blood of several 100,000 honorable people, and it will not back down in the face of those who engage in destruction, nor will it tolerate mercenaries serving foreign powers.
Now, back here in Europe.
So just like in the 70s, if you do your history, like, Jesse Ventura told you, America has already did a coup in Iran. A regime change. Take out the motherfuckers that's in there. You put in the people you want, and then they do what the fuck you want them to do. That's what we do. We've been the best at it for the longest. That's what we're doing with Venezuela. That's what we do with, all the countries. But a lot of countries ain't hearing that shit no more. And they know that it's, the CIA that's over there, doing all this extra shit, trying to gas these folks up, got to protest. And they doing the same shit over here. They sending a whole bunch of paid actors from overseas and, Israelis rowing up shit. They gonna send a whole bunch of Israeli military, African military motherfuckers over here talking about they part of ICE, and they gonna fight the National Guards. Just to flex their muscle. But we'll see. Hey, Jesse Ventura said it. Not ears to the street. At least he's a Navy SEAL. He know what the fuck he talking about. He said we're going into a third world country. Well, he said he actually already there.
The leaders of France, Germany, and the UK released a joint statement saying, in part, quote, they are deeply concerned about reports of violence by Iranian security forces and strongly condemn the killing of protesters. And also, Molly, we're keeping a close eye on some protests happening here in London outside of the Iranian embassy as well. As the Metropolitan Police, they said on X that they're sending officers out there as well. Back to you. All right. Thank you, Stephanie, covering a lot of ground on that for us. As protesters try to topple the regime, could we see the U.S. intervene? We bring in now Hudson Institute Senior Fellow Rebecca Heinrichs. Thank you for bringing us your expertise on this Saturday morning. I want to start with what was touched on in the report about the hospitals being overwhelmed. So people are not just being killed. It's to the degree that the hospitals are having challenges. You have
And just look at this type of evil. It's not just we just got you know, it ain't just people just getting killed. They can't even fix them motherfuckers. Them motherfuckers can't even get healed. Oh yeah. The chaos we creating. And they doing the same shit over here. Cause we got a whole bunch of chaos going on over here.
a nuclear program that's been decimated.
But how do we get involved in they shit and our shit that's the $1,000,000 question.
Losses, economic challenges. It seems like the regime is in a particularly weak position right now. But what are the potential actions that President Trump, that the U.S. may make in Iran? Your thoughts?
Well, Molly, that's exactly right about the situation. So the Iran regime is in an incredibly weak position for several reasons. One, because of American-led economic sanctions, and then the Europeans joined the United States in those sanctions. And then the Israelis, of course, significantly degraded the Iranian military, and then the United States came alongside.
Oh, really? Oh, really? The Israeli states had smoke with Iran, and then United States, we wasn't America first. We went and helped them out. And then if you look on the map, everybody go take a look at the map. It's all starting to make sense too, y'all. They've been plotting on Iran for a while, y'all. If you look on the map, on one side of Iran is Afghanistan, and on the other side of that motherfucker is Iraq. And then you got Israel. So they done got Afghanistan, they done got Iraq, and them motherfuckers, boy, these motherfuckers are some wild boys. Then you got Libya and Syria and all the other places that you've been hearing about us, about Israel attacking and doing all kind of crazy shit. Boy, we're watching some real life Napoleon shit. Hey, he said, what part of We Are the Conqueror do you not understand? Hey, boy, they making me a believer. I see. But I don't want to be a part of the collapse too. Because what happened when Napoleon them collapsed, and what happened when all of the major superpowers collapsed? The people suffered. We fell under dictatorship. That's all I'm saying. And it looked like we going there, man. Shit, I don't know what the hell we got going on, but I know the devil is coming alive right now, boy.
And that
these archives doing their job right now.
Degraded.
The demiurge is alive and roaring.
The illicit nuclear
You
program.
better come to the light.
The combination of those things, of course, has demonstrated that the Iran regime is so much weaker than how they've been projecting to the Iranian people, saying, look, the Iranian regime has told the people, the reason that you are so deprived economically is because we're using all of these investments to protect you from the Israelis and from the Americans. Of course, they say, we don't believe you anymore. You're
shit, but y'all should be believing them because that's what they probably spending all their money on. Protecting y'all ass from us. Oh, shit. Y'all see how we fucking them up, man? And I mean, it's part of the game. You right. Damn, we fucking them folks up like that, my nigga. We making these folks spend all their money from stopping us from fucking with them so much. And then they have to just, and then they people like, where the fuck all our tax money going? I'm like, bitch, we, you know, said we trying to stop these bombs from dropping on y'all ass. Shit, America ain't got their Israel on our ass. And then we over here asking the same shit. Like, hey, man, where the fuck all our tax money going? And we over here like, shit, Israel on our ass. But Israel ain't on our ass. It's just a couple of billionaires, it's about 100 of them, that's taking all our shit. And they don't, you know, and they fighting all these wars. And we ain't getting shit at the end of the day. You know, it's those, you know, those fallen angels. They still taking over what they doing, man. Those souls. Hey, it is what it is. Hey, I'm just recording it. Maybe I'll get me a book in the next, you know what I'm saying, Ears verse 10, volume 11. I seen if the orangest one. The orangest one said, Venezuela is mine.
You have smart ones and you have some that aren't quite so good. Look at my African-American over here.
Hey,
Look at him.
You know, there was John, there was James, there was Ears. Yeah, I'm going to get my words in for the next generation, for the next lifetime.
Weak, and they're strong, and they're pro-American. The Iranian people are pro-American. And so I think President Trump is very...
The Iranian people is what? Man, them folks ain't no motherfucking pro-American. Talking about the Iranian folk, boy, they'll tell us anything over here. They love us. They love us squeezing they numbers. Man, this is humanity, man. This is, boy, yeah. Create chaos, man, all around the world. All around the world, man. We in hell. We in a good part of hell, though. I think we in the suburbs of hell right now. So I guess that's what Trump fighting for us to stay in the suburbs of hell.
Serious in his continued threats, essentially, to say if there are crackdowns on the people, the Iran regime is already weak. The United States will back the Iranian people to finally topple the regime. Very credible threat.
My bad, y'all. My bad. But yeah, that's why I watch Fox News, man. Because, you know, they're going to tell you the truth. But they're going to tell you the truth in a little sneaky way. You know, they'll put a white bitch in front of you and rock you to sleep. And tell you, yeah, man, we over here squeezing the hell out of Iran supply for everything. They oil. We robbed Venezuela. We kidnapped their leader. We killed Gaddafi because that bitch wanted to goddamn sell his oil and gold. We killed bin Laden because we needed to get that Afghanistan area that's right next to Iran. We killed Saddam Hussein because we needed to get on that side of Iran. And now we about to go in Iran and goddamn overthrow their government. And we got the oil, we got the gas, we got the oil, we got the everything. Shit, we don't give a fuck about no democracy. And all we gotta do is keep y'all motherfuckers distracted over there in America. Hey, Boosie just got out of jail. Why these motherfuckers over here, boy? These demons working, boy. Hey, man, when we was doing that research on the demiurge, the divine light, the 370 demons, and all of them things are like that, do y'all not see a whole connection in, you know, the darkness and the things that are in the Bible that these people really take serious? They take it serious. Gotta wake the fuck up, see what the fuck going on.
Threats on the heels, Molly, of the United States' successful operation to arrest Maduro in Venezuela.
Yeah, I don't know how close we are to going back to the 1970s to real freedom in Iran.
Do y'all hear what she said? I don't know how close we are going back to the 1970s of the freedom of Iran. That's what they did in 1970s. Y'all go research it. They staged the coup in Iran, took over the Iranian government.
That one is smart. You have smart ones and you have some that aren't quite so good.
Look at my African American over here. Look at him.
Way back in Bush days. Y'all know it. Shout out to the new subscribers. Y'all know it.
For the people there on the ground. But there's at least one exiled leader that would like to go there and bring this country into modern day. The exiled Saudi prince is asking the president to intervene. Take a listen.
Nah, the news be telling the facts. It's just that you gotta learn how to listen to the news. You know, you gotta listen in between the lines. They'll tell you. Definitely when they fucking you over, they'll tell you. They like to tell you in your face that they fucking you over and you only pay attention to the, you know, the bullshit.
Oh, sorry. This is a quote. It says, if you have proven, and I know you are a man of peace and a man of your word, please be prepared to intervene to help the people of Iran. But I guess specifically, what is it that the U.S. could specifically do? And would they be interested in putting in one specific leader or another, or somehow allowing the Iranians to come to that organically?
Yeah, right. How about we give you two motherfuckers and pick which one you want? Y'all see how she just laid that out? How would the U.S. just get involved? How will we just give them a leader, or, you know, should we just put like two leaders out there and let them pick between? Matter of fact, we'll put like 4 people just in case they kill one of them and they overthrow that one. And matter of fact, we'll give them one. We'll have another one that acts like he hates him. And then we'll have a third one that, you know, just in case. So we'll make them two kill each other after like 2 years. And then the third one, he'll come to power. But all of them be for us, you know, for the next 40 years. Like, getting shit. These motherfucking demons are ruthless, boy. And we waking up. Yeah, you better stay the fuck out the way. Hey, I'm just talking shit, demons. I'm staying the fuck out the way. Well, we still ignorant. Play ignorant. Y'all just play ignorant. Act like you don't know. I'm just throwing shit out there, y'all. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm just throwing shit out there, and I'm just showing y'all what the fuck going on in the world. That's it. Y'all have your own fucking research tips and all that. I'm just showing you.
So I think the immediate question is going to be, what is actually going to be different about these protests that enable the Iranian people to overthrow the regime? So the United States can certainly put our finger on the scale as President Trump. And then today, Secretary Rubio has thrown his support behind the Iranian people as well. What can we do? I think we can continue to make sure that there's internet access for the people, the protesters. And we can do that through Starlink, because there is an internet blackout on the part of the Iran regime, so the
now, y'all hear this shit now. So, if we fuck around and have an internet blackout, we'll know that that's them doing this shit. They're showing that they have the ability to give the Iranians internet. How? And they're floating the idea through fucking Fox News. I would have never even thought of no shit like that. Now, man, get the fuck out of here. They're going to give Iranians free internet to what? To listen to Fox News? To say, hey, the Americans will come and save y'all. Just overthrow your government. Boy, this shit's sinister. Will the Chinese do that shit with us? Trump started with the fuck shit. We start getting it. The Chinese start dropping fucking iPhone through this bitch. Hey, I bet a lot of y'all niggas will sell out to the motherfucking Chinese nigga for some free goddamn iPhones and shit, Jordans and shit, nigga.
People cannot communicate. So we can provide that. And the United States can continue to encourage the Iranian people. And then also, Molly, this is really important. All of the armed security inside the regime has to turn on the regime. You need, and we've gotten some clues that's beginning to happen.
Y'all hear what they telling them? All the armed regime got to turn on the regime. That's what they telling these people, military. Y'all turn on that nigga, now we got you. We'll turn on your internet. They showing you all these people protesting. Do y'all see why these niggas are protesting? They're testing it out on them first. Do you see what people will do if you turn the fucking internet off right now? Zero cool. What the fuck will happen right now if they turn this internet off? Oh, Lord. We gonna tear this bitch up. God, that's all it take. We keep fucking with China. We keep fucking with all these folk. These folk turn this goddamn internet off, boy. It is on, boy. Y'all want to see some real civil unrest? They testing it out on Iran right now, and motherfucker, when they turn this internet off, what time it is? That's what's going on in Iran right now. Talking about protests. After deadly crackdowns. Yeah, y'all done cracked them folks' internet down. And I'm pretty sure it's America that's doing it. And they telling the people in Iran, hey, we'll turn your internet back on if y'all turn on your government. Y'all niggas want to watch, y'all want to look at Facebook? Y'all want to look at YouTube? You keeping a few online? Okay. But that'll make a country go crazy. Shit, I know America going crazy if the internet or some lights go off, man, we in trouble. I'm just saying.
Some IRG soldiers are not showing up to work. The Iranian regime is trying to import other people from Iraq to sort of crack down on the Iranian people.
Exactly. So us going through what we're going through right now, and it's starting in Minnesota. I'm pretty sure other places gonna get it. They're gonna fly in Israeli militants, trainees, and stuff to come in America. It ain't gonna be Americans fighting Americans. You're gonna think you're fighting Americans, but nah, you're gonna be fighting some foreign motherfuckers.
The more we have, and we can encourage the Iranian people who are armed to side with the...
Yeah, that's what they tell you. Yeah, Tony Tagaris. Islamic regime turn off internet to keep the world ignorant of Iranian revolution. And that's what you would say. That's what a dictator would say. Hey, I ain't gonna let y'all get the internet because y'all don't know what the fuck you could. I don't want you to think for yourself. I don't want you to get outside influence. Well, if we're gonna give them internet, why are we over there? Why are we worrying about if the Iranian people have internet? Let's go there, sir. Let's go there first. Cause I thought we supposed to be America first. But here we is talking about, hey, we'll give y'all internet. Ah, fuck that.
Civilian.
Which I don't give a fuck. They can give them internet. But we're just looking at what they do.
Against the regime is going to empower the Iranian people to take back their own government. As for a replacement regime, that's going to be really difficult. Obviously, you have the descendants of the Shah who want to take over. The question is, are they going to be able to maintain control? Because civil war and chaos is always the worst of the possible scenarios.
Yeah, it is bloody and it is very hard right there, but there is hope.
Hey, I hope they are revolting themselves, and they should. If that's their land, they have plenty of resources, I believe. You know, I believe they have a good agriculture type of country or whatever. And I mean, if it benefits them, I don't know the Iranian culture, so I just know the history of our influence in Iran. We've had a lot of things going on in the Middle East, and they're pretty much telling you on Fox News that we're staging another coup like we did in the 1970s. And when this whole protest and their government falls, what should we do about it? And I guess they're feeling like putting more of our guys in there. That's fine. Hell, that's how America live. Like I say, Fox News will tell you the truth. That's cool.
Rebecca, thank you very, very much. We appreciate it. Hey, everyone. I'm Emily.
Okay, so
hey,
that was just the point I was making. Like, damn, how the hell do all of a sudden they trying to help Iran, help Iran with their protesting situation? And as you can see, man, it's been a total mess in America. So, but yeah, man, we've definitely went over a lot of videos, man. Even, I mean, we'll get back to some of this Trump news. Over the weekend, there's protests all over the country, actually, man. It's like, damn. Whew. So, I'll check back in with y'all probably tomorrow, man. We done been going on for a couple of hours and everything. Shout out to the homie Crucial K. Shout out to anybody who checked into the channel, whether you feel any type of way or not. Shout out to Tony Tigerist for labeling my channel the Extreme Low IQ channel. And we don't mind being low IQ, man, as long as we high in spirit. You get what I'm saying, dude? But shout out to you, man, for pulling up and spending your high IQ by typing in my chat so much to let me know that you are that much intelligent than me and the people that are in here watching this channel. So salute to everybody that, you know, decided to kick it with ears to the street on this, Saturday morning. Saturday morning. And just getting my opinion, man, and having a little fun, talking a little ish. I'm going to do a little research and see what's coming up, man, and I'll pop back in whenever I get a chance. I probably have a pretty busy week, but I definitely want to put some videos out, and I definitely appreciate everybody who pulled up. So, y'all make sure y'all hit the like button if you haven't already. Salute Mojo, salute Joshua Hawkins, salute to everybody that was participating in the chat. Zero Cool, the new people, man. Shout out to y'all for subbing up. We had a good bit of subs this live. 7, salute. Voodoo True, salute. Salute to my mods, Blanket Statement 101. Salute to Ashu 4303, salute. Shelly Shell, salute. 421 TV, salute. Be More Legends, salute. Unity, salute. And I'm going to get out y'all area. Y'all have a good one.
You gonna be your widow and your son is gonna grow up to be a motherfucking bastard. He should've never came at me with this rapping. This is not a movie, nigga, no script, no actors, no lights and no cameras. Like the sun, no order, nigga, I hit harder than Thor hammer. I wish a nigga was so I could nail him, hammer. Nigga got niggas softer than a pack of pampers. Everybody you want this bitch and you be playing with it. You wanna play pussy, nigga, you about to get this stick. On niggas to fuck with, leave a nigga head beat like a nigga struck big on my hammer. We are two legends, get up in the ring. Hey, cat, this jam of the American dream. Hey, you know you done fucked up, right? Hey, you know you done fucked up. Y'all had enough time, I ain't even lying. Hey, you know you done fucked up. Hey, LOL, you know you done fucked up, right? Hey, LOL, you know you done fucked up. LOL, you know you done fucked up. LOL, you know you done fucked up.
Tell me, these motherfucker things that I'm playing with a nigga. There you go. I can switch hands on the niggas. Wait, I ain't even no chance on niggas. The third time niggas had to learn y'all niggas. We sling, hit curves, and burn y'all niggas. Had to give a nigga straight like a burn my nigga. Go big worm my nigga. The nigga better sit up and realize I don't feel him. They don't want a nigga to hit him and come get him. Ain't no babysitting niggas I really would get rid of them. Slide on a nigga, and that shit really kills. See, they know we in the building. And I'm talking top two, motherfuck your feeling. And I ain't even talking about the city, nigga. Cause none of these niggas can really fuck with us. Don't make me go off and show off and come back and good. I will told off and woke out your bitch and I'm feeling. Your fault and you soft and nobody feel. Drop you off, I promise nobody will hear. In that hand and the dick that you niggas can't feel. And them niggas that y'all won't come see in the field. Fucking tired of these niggas who screaming they gotta pay rent if you niggas gon' play what we live. So say what it is, go play with your kids. You better tighten up and play with your biz. Your wife is dying, she in need of some dick. And you don't ride enough, you in need of a bean. The intro we give to you niggas the biz. It's simple, I feel like we dealing with kids. Your temple, I promise you won't live again. By that time that we put all this shit to an end.
Hey, you know you done fucked up, right? Hey, you know you done fucked up. Y'all had enough time, I ain't even lying. Hey, you know you done fucked up. Hey, LOL, you know you done fucked up. Hey, LOL, you know you done fucked up. Fucked up, LOL, you know you done fucked up. LOL, you know you done fucked up.
Now all this fucking king talking, my nigga, I beg to differ. You waking up a killer, I'm talking about a gorilla. I'm so sick of pussy niggas and how they get in they feeling. All that talking, I'ma end it. I've been the truth since the beginning. Who say they bigger than me? I wanna know. I've been the truth since the beginning. See these niggas, they just talk a lot. You can meet me in the parking lot. I've been the truth since the beginning. It's time to put these niggas' mind in the right place and make these niggas show respect in the right way. I'm a big dog, you niggas just a lightweight. And I chin check a nigga for what he might say. So many dark nights, a lot of bright days. Serving junkies at the guard, so many night plays. Too many niggas walking around with these pipe dreams. I know what it might say. Got the crown on the right, king. You looking at the boss, nigga. Ain't no might be. I know they tired of me. But these niggas, they won't fight me. But more than likely, they sweeter than some ice cream. Catch me on the right scene, I promise I'll be Billy D. So tell me, who the one that made your team? Who the one that made your roster? I ain't asked the king. That saddens me. Now you just made some tragedy. Now it's a waste of time for you pussy niggas to battle. Now all this fucking king talking, my nigga, I beg to differ. You waking up a killer, I'm talking about a gorilla. I'm so sick of pussy niggas and how they get in they feeling. All that talking, I'ma end it. I've been the truth since the beginning. Who say they bigger than me? I wanna know. I've been the truth since the beginning. See these niggas, they just talk a lot. You can meet me in the parking lot.
It's
I've been the truth since the beginning.
Hey, hi hater, goodbye hater. Assalamu alaikum, I holla later, no holla later. My mind on paper, split your tomato, hasta luego. Bout to hit the fucking block with a circle the size of an ego. Bout to spread the block, I'm all on the bread like some mayo. You a tough guy, so you say so. Bullets be size of tomatoes. The way these niggas be capping, I hope your head fit this halo. Then I go dig up in your hole. Then I say bye ho, I got ghosts. I been the truth in this, that's why she let old crucial hit. I'm slightly retarded, so you know I gave her that stupid dick. This is not a word, but y'all gotta know I'm the truthest. Leave your head where the roof is and leave your mouth with no tooth. Stay in her mouth like a toothpick. I'm easy, cool and ruthless. She called me Bill Cosby cause a nigga stay in her pudding. Nigga, my pimpin' game old like a nigga named Rufus. It's about to get ugly like Whoopi. Y'all niggas is goofy.
Now all this fucking king talking, my nigga, I beg to differ. You waking up a killer, I'm talking about a gorilla. I'm so sick of pussy niggas and how they get in they feeling. All that talking, I'ma end it. I've been the truth since the beginning. Who say they bigger than me? I wanna know. I've been the truth since the beginning.
Yo, Crucial Gang,
see
what
these
up?
niggas, they just talk a lot. You can meet me in the parking lot.
What up?
I've been the truth since the
This
beginning.
that big boy talk, straight from the stove top. No one is damn sick, but get your damn Clorox. So weatherman predicting snow, that's when my birds flock. I'm tryna lock down the coast, you tryna lock down the block. That's a big 7 grams, quarter water whipping. 28, now you old flipping. Gotta move low key, cause niggas snitching. Money talking, my palm itching. What you smoking? What you sniffing? Got medicine for your sickness. My stomach growling, I gotta get it. I'm bagging up the damn epidemic. Got a vaccine for when you're itching. Side effects, you might start twitching. I must admit this shit wicked. Sold my soul for every digit. I'm the best in the booth or in the kitchen. My crown heavy, my head dipping. I'm timeless, nigga, I age different. No cut, my weight different. King shit on throne sitting. Red dots is no missing. I body shit, I'm the mortician. Who bigger than me, go get 'em. I'm in this booth, I'm grave digging. I'm button pushing, I'm bold picking, so I'm rolling.
All this fucking king talking, my nigga, I beg to differ. You waking up a killer, I'm talking about a gorilla. I'm so sick of pussy niggas and how they get and they feeling. All that talking, I'ma end it. I've been the truth since the beginning. Who say they bigger than me? I wanna know. I've been the truth since the beginning. See these niggas, they just talk a lot. You can meet me in the parking lot. I've been the truth since the beginning.